Okay, now it works. Oh, well, okay, now we can begin. Okay, good morning, everybody. I'm Kristin Engvig, and I will be your host today. And I'm so glad to see you all. I know this is a very special time, and of course, not everybody could come here personally. So, also for you to know, it's all being streamed worldwide at the moment as well. So, you can also text that to your friends if they watch this from home, their offices, in other countries or here in the Emirates, okay? So anyway, it's so nice that you could come. And just before we sort of get into the topics, the themes, and why we're all meeting, I had to make this announcement that we all have to be very aware of all the social distancing rules, wear our mask, or stay at least the 2 meters apart, and all the right things. And if we do that, I know we can relax and we can all feel safe about being together also in person. And I know we are all sometimes longing for more and more in-person meetings because it is nice to do everything on Zoom, on Team, on Skype, and all of those tools, but it's also very nice to humanly feel our energies together in a room. So I'm so glad to do that. Okay, so now, welcome to the GCF WIN conference here in Dubai on the 5th of January 2021. So we are starting a whole new year, and I believe this new year is one of women, of the feminine more than anything. And we want to mark that also by saying that this year we want to welcome women, we want to welcome our wisdom, we want to welcome our wealth, our prosperity and abundance, and we want to welcome our wellness, our well-being, and our well-being both inside of us, in our organizations, and in society at all. So these are our themes. And this conference is also built up a little bit like a learning process. Okay, so for those of you that are here all day, you'll gain a lot from this, because this morning we will talk about what is going on in the world. So our first speakers will address more of the macro, the bigger pictures of things, and then we'll zoom more into the workplace. So what's the workplace of the future? What's going to happen there? And then we'll hear some amazing stories of individuals and their journeys. And we also have a couple of workshops where we can be together in 2 separate tracks, and you have more interactive. And the point of the game is to share and to learn together. And we'll do that at the end of the day too. We do something called mobilizing activity, because we are also networking, and we are facilitating the networking. So it's not only who you meet outside in the coffee and lunch, but also how we together can work and start putting our dreams into vision and make that happen, okay? So when it comes to women, this is a conference of women, but it's also open to men, so whoever comes. Because our philosophy is that of building bridges. We want to actually, hopefully, one day don't even need to do that. And this organization, WIN, is working with the Global Citizen Forum and WIN together. Global Citizen Forum is about global citizenship. And WIN has been, for past 22 years, about the empowerment of the feminine. And now we're sort of saying, let's go beyond that too, so that we are in a way where we all have freedom. But we know that that's not the case everywhere. So we still want to be an advocates for freedom of choice for everybody, for women, for men, for old, for young, for any nationality, any way we are differently abled, you know. So our inclusion is very important. And talking about inclusion, so how can we practice that also during the day? How do we want to be with each other? Because sometimes we can go to seminars about gender equality, diversity and inclusion. We can listen. But what we want to do is that we put that into action right here, right now. First thing to do is to become aware of ourselves. Okay, many of you practice meditation, many of you journal, you know. Little self-awareness is important in how we stay together. So catch yourself, because we are so many different nationalities here today. You know, if you hear a weird accent, something you don't like, put it on yourself first, not criticize the others. You know, why am I judgmental about that? You say, how curious. Write a little note, could be a mental note. So we start here by being as open as possible, because being open and catching ourselves in our judgment is a big start. In our coffee break or in our exercises later, Also, number 2, be quick to contribute. Share. Share by helping others, share by expressing your own need, and quick to communicate, not only about work, but also what are you passionate about? What makes you tick? What lights you up? And what lights up the person you're talking to? Maybe you can help her, be generous, have her talk more about that. I think we're going to change the world by this, what I will call the generosity economy. Because everybody helps each other. Then we all fly. Okay, so it's not only about women, it's also about bringing in a way of being and giving that value where we are helping each other, okay? So, and also take some risk today. You will be asked, what's your dream? What do you want to do with your life? Don't just take sort of the socially accepted dream, but if you have one, then maybe it's even a little secret, write it down. We'll write it down and put a dream wall outside, okay? So that's important. And then if you promise something to someone here today, please commit. Okay, rule of the game is to commit. We are generous and we commit. We are also solid people. One of the things I've seen over the years, I've worked with many, many women leaders, is whether they are in arts, in politics, in business, or any field, those that succeed are committers. Those are the people who keep their words, have integrity, and that's the world we need right now. So we need all of you, with your commitment to integrity, to generosity, and to helping each other, and to doing good things, okay? So if we do all of that, I'm sure we get a lot of magic. And there's one more rule also we say here. If there's unacceptable behavior, we set boundaries. We don't accept. So by no, or nows, or no, we can change the world guaranteed. So that's also important. And so before going to more of the program, I'd like to also introduce Rekha and Mody to come on stage and join me. So Rekha is another woman who has spent a couple of decades on empowering women in India particularly, but also traveling the world. She will say more herself.
Good morning, everybody. I think I'm very happy and welcoming all of you that you are here, because that shows your commitment that at 10 o'clock you have arrived. I've also arrived at 10 o'clock sharp in Dubai. This is our first conference, a major step towards a dream which we are working. In fact, I've been dreaming about this for the last 20 years. I have been going to United Nations. I first went to United Nations in year 2000, where there was a Millennium Conference where all the men, spiritual leaders, thinkers, everybody got there. I went as an observer. And what I observed over there, that there were spiritual leaders, about, I would say 500 spiritual leaders from all over the world. But when they spoke about, I would say, prosperity and peace, but equality, no. They were only emphasizing how we are going to prosper, how the world is going to be peaceful. But hardly there were women there. There were, I would say, 5% women were there in a group of 1,100 people. And that upset me, because that was repeating a story which I have been facing from my childhood. I was born to an industrialist family in India. I'm born to an industrialist family in India. I'm the youngest among the 11 siblings. And when I was growing up, for me, it was water, water everywhere, not a single drop to drink. Because the girls were non-inheritors. So it was very clear that you could be rich without being rich. So I thought, to hell with it, hell with the world of richness. Let me create my own beautiful world. So I started reading, meeting artists, literature, music, all the beautiful things of the life. And it really enriched my world. And then something strange happened. All my brothers, sisters, and especially my brother B.K. Mody, who you will meet, started looking at my life and started inquiring, you look very happy. Who have you met today? Share with me. So I would say, I've met this artist, I've met this musician. Oh, I want to meet that person too. So I found that my life was not a silly life, it was attracting people towards me. Fine. After I got married, because I'm sharing my story, because there are less people, so I've got some time to share. It was an arranged marriage. I married a very nice gentleman who was a modern man. And what did he offer me? Freedom. Freedom from patriarchy, because his father was dead, and we were living in a household of women. So he offered me gambling, partying. That suited me very well. So to my world of literature, music, was added gambling, partying, and everything. And I had my 2 daughters during 10 years, but I found that my life was not satisfying me. And Mother Teresa was in Calcutta, and her influence was growing and growing, all over the world. She was helping the poor. So I went to Mother Teresa, and I said, I want to help the orphanage. I want to help the poor children. She said, sure. So you bring a child to me, I will share my religion with the child. I said, Mother, how can you change the religion of a child? She said, but that is my love. First I will give my love, and along with love will come empowerment and everything. I couldn't tell her anything, but I walked back very disappointed. So I decided, I talked to my friends, and we made a small charitable trust called Divya Chhaya Trust, which means divine protection. And we thought, if we can sponsor 10 children, we'll be very satisfied. But that rolled into a movement, and we started sponsoring thousands of children. A trust was formed in London, and the British people came together, and the things started changing. It kept me very busy, I would say, for another 10 years. And we were working in different states, helping children. We were not running our own orphanage. We were supporting other orphanages who were not changing the religion of the children. All went well, but then I came across so many sad stories of children who were abandoned by their mothers. And some of them remembered the address of the house also. They would say, Auntie, send us back to our house. But when I wanted to do that, we found the parents are not willing to accept them because of poverty. So it was very clear that God's plan is that a mother should look after her child. But if she is not empowered, then how does she do that? So then I started joining the women's movement, and because I work a lot with volunteers, so the people who had come to help for children would not necessarily help for women's movement. So another organization was formed, StreeShakti, the parallel force. After much deliberation, the name was kept as force, because power is over somebody. If you say woman power, then who are you controlling? But if you say force, that is capacity to perform, capacity to support. So after much deliberation, the name was kept the parallel force. And I became an insider into the women's movement of India. I do not know how many of you have had the opportunity to visit India. We are a large country, and we have many, I would say, communist, socialism, all kind of people. And women's movement was basically controlled by the communist people, because the education system of India, especially the women's centers, were controlled by the communists. Now, these people already had so much of anger within them that when it came of equality, when it came of totality, their view was a bit, I would say, cracked. One couldn't achieve too many things with them. But meanwhile, there were other organizations who were lobbying with the government, and the government itself was under pressure from United Nations, from other countries, from CEDAW, which is Convention of Equality, and many other organizations who were working internationally, forcing government of India to change laws. Then came a decade of laws which started changing. And by 2006, we saw many laws, and the ultimate law came, inheritance, where women were allowed to inherit. Now, that has brought about a huge, huge change within India. Now, during this period, while I was working in India, I was also visiting WIN in various countries. And I was so impressed with the feminine energy Kristin brought to those conferences, because there was music, there was laughter, there was a message, but it was also a message of change. So here, to cut the story short, because I don't want to take too much of your time, all I want is, if you believe in your cause, if you want to be a part of the chain which is going to bring an eternal change, please join us. Not with your money. Money will come from everywhere. With your time. I always ask for donation of time, because our vision is that this is the first conference, and it's so interesting that in 2021, is 21st century, there's a combination, 21st century and 21. We are starting this in Dubai. Now, Dubai is a very special place because it's Islamic country in UAE and everything. You know the weaknesses and the strength everything. I don't have to elaborate on that. We were to start 6 months back at Singapore, but it didn't happen. Destiny has its own role to play. So here we have the first conference, and we are on a fast track now, because we have to do 7 conferences more. Then finally we will be in 2022, either October or November, in United Nations with billions of voices. And those voices will force the people worldwide, the leaders worldwide, to think what they are doing wrong. That little girl from Sweden, what was her name? Greta. I was last year in New York. Nobody was bothered about world politicians. But what Greta was saying, the press was listening, everybody was listening. She was saying, you are destroying this Mother Earth. And today the pandemic has proved that unless people come together, we are in danger. So in 2022, it's my earnest request to you, join us and become a part of those million voices, which will force the world to listen to the women who's toiling in the farm, who's working in the street, who is being beaten up in the house, whether she's rich or poor, who is facing sexual violence, who's facing domestic violence, who's facing sexual harassment at work. So many, I would say, injustices are being done. We have to bring the world to think again and begin a new era. With these few words, I again request you, please join in and let us be the voice to change. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yeah. Okay. Thank you so much, Rekha. And there was something Rekha said also, and I know, which is important. She mentioned Greta, and she said great things. And I also want to mention that maybe you too, maybe you, when you were little, said something like that as well. But maybe you weren't heard. Maybe you weren't seen. Maybe you weren't valued, okay? Because the patriarchy has also made some of us doubt ourselves all the time. When I started working with women and I started to bring in the feminine, not just women as behaving like men, but where we could actually, what if I can use my intuition? What if we can use our love? What we can share for the kids? But many people didn't hear it, see it, and certainly not value it. And I'm sure in all of you, this has happened. I know every woman has felt, I wasn't heard, I wasn't seen, she didn't understand, I wasn't valued. So what we also have to do today, make sure you value what everyone says in the coffee break, that we are especially generous with each other, because it starts with us. And also acknowledge that part of the patriarchy that we have grown up in, even if you are from Norway like me, which is #1 on gender equality and stuff like that, even there's a little bit of it. And it's not only in the men, it's in us as women as well. So we have to be very awake. And this is our time. Wake up. When it hurts, we heal it, and we stay together in sisterhood. Okay. Thank you, Rekha. And as Rekha mentioned, we're going to go to the UN in 2022, and all of you will be a part of it in one way or another. Now, let's move on. The time is clicking, the ticking. So I'd like to ask 4 of our people that will speak in this next session to join me up here on stage. Do we have everybody with us? Saima, Rana, are you here? Amera, Al-Awadhi, Annabel, Harper, and I have also Sana, Sajan. There you are. Great. Oh, there you are. Wonderful. Come join me. No, you're okay. I mean, I think ideally we should walk around with the mask, but when you're sitting, you can take it off. That's the rule. But it's okay. So what we'll do, they will speak one by one, and we have some Q&A towards the end, but I put them together in this same segment, because this is the segment where we are looking at what are some of the trends, what's happening in various fields from a macro perspective. And I hope this also will prepare us for this future, looking at what are some of the global trends. So what we will do now, I will have Sana Sajan start first. Sana is from the medical field. She's been medical family. Even her whole entire family has been in the medical field. I know you're educated a dentist, but also she's what we call a real Renaissance woman. A little bit like Rekha mentioned, you know. There's also art in her life. And I know you've sold a lot of paintings and you are involved in charitable organizations. So this is not, you remember Leonardo da Vinci and has this picture? You know, I don't know, in Europe it's very big, but it was like the scientist and the artist. So we want all these Renaissance women to come forward. So please, the word is yours, and I leave you the stage or the handheld. Okay?
Thank you so much. Sometimes I'm so loud I don't even need a mic. So thank you so much. Thank you, really. Can I request everybody to stand up for a second, please, or a few seconds? And I'll just keep the mic down since I'm really loud. Can we all clap together really loud? And raise our hands and laugh. Can we all laugh together? Ha, 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 ha. Say it with me. Ha, ha, ha. Say it again. Ha, ha, ha. Okay, clap again for yourself. Like I said, I'm really loud, so now I'll have to put my tone down. Thank you so much for waking up and coming here, first of all, ladies. This is really empowering. And I was really, really happy to hear what ma'am had to say before this. When we as women get together, we talk about women empowerment. We talk about, you know, getting there and making the change. But you know what happens when we go back? Immediately at the work, we recoil into our own systems. That is where we need to work on. We need to implement what we think and what we collectively evolve as. It is very important to take that thought back and bring it into us. Now, why did I ask us to get up and laugh? Because happiness is the most important thing that we are looking for, all right? As the global ambassador for the UAE Genetic Disease Association, I take this pride in talking about happiness, which is governed by genetics. So I don't know, some people might be aware, some people might not be aware. 50% of happiness is determined by your genetic composition, okay? That doesn't mean that the rest of the 50% is that. There is 40%, which is the external factors, and 10% of the circumstances. So that makes it 100% of the happiness reasons how we can be happy. Now, there are some people who you might have seen who are always sad, men and women. Trust me, there are people, oh my God, this girl is always negative and sad. It is true, they are sad because there are people born with switched on happiness gene and switched off happiness gene. But that should not take you to stop and think, oh, I was just born with a negative gene and I'll just stay like this. No, that's not true. The gene called 5-HTT is the one responsible for keeping you happy and processing your serotonin. But if it is switched off, or you were born with it switched off, this should not make you sad because the 40% is actually called epigenetics, which are your environmental factors, which can actually affect on you and make your sleeping gene awake. And that's why you need to bring in purposefully and actually bring those things in your life to awaken your gene. So if any one of you thinks that somebody needs this or maybe you need it, you can switch on your gene. By the way, do not take it for granted that you were born with a switched on happiness gene, because again, that 40% of the factors that you are keeping around you, that can actually switch off the on gene as well. So it is a conscious effort that we need to put in to be happy. Now, what comes around happiness? One of the factors is also congenial environment at work, at family, what you eat, and where you're living. All right? So we are constantly working towards making things better for ourselves. So what ma'am had said in the discussion, what you said in the earlier discussion, it is important to make things congenial in our work. For example, if there is any kind of harassment, be it sexual, be it at work, be it some kind of bullying, be it at home, my sister, my brother, my mother, my father, sometimes they happen to just say no to things which don't need to be said no to. So it can be different things. So let us start communicating. Communication is a very important source to make that work. So coming back to happiness at work. Happiness at work, how do we achieve? It is about evolution. So today's topic, this is a very long introduction, right? Today's topic is about breaking what is currently happening and making new rules and evolving in your business. So I'll culminate all of this talk of being happy and bringing happiness at work into how you bring it into your business. So how we evolve in the current situation. Am I supposed to keep the mic with me or should I pass it around as well? Okay. All right. So I think there are different evolutionary aspects for staying in business and making yourself successful. And no business school will ever be able to tell you how to survive with zero sales. Okay? Be it a small scale business, a medium scale business, or a large conglomerate. Okay? So how does it work? If your sales are going down, what do you have to do? You have to make it profitable. What do you think profit is? I'm sure we all know when we are breaking even and anything coming above it is coming profit. But the fact that how do you reach it? There are different aspects where you increase your marketing and find a way to increase your sales. And there is also another way by reducing your expenses. So these are the two ways that you achieve your sales profitability. But given the challenging times in the last year, for example, how did we evolve? So me, Sajan, I am at the moment taking care of the healthcare business of Danube Group. And this is one of the aspects, but living in the lion's den, the guru Rizwan Sajan, we are every day talking about business in general and the world, how it is evolving and how they adapted for the group, then the different verticals, how they are adapting, and then I bring in my thoughts and processes in there, and we have always got critical analysis internally on a breakfast table. So I think it has helped me as a person a lot while sitting with the guru, discussing what we have done and how to improve on ourselves. So a few things in healthcare. First of all, let me start. We all know healthcare is not just a sales business. It is healthcare, and we have a lot of responsibilities which come in morally as well onto us. So we have to be driven by morals, values, and service. For sure, that has something big time to determine what we are doing, okay? And then comes the sales and profitability, which is really important to sustain in this world, to have the bread and butter, right? So what did we do? Nothing which is rocket science, to be honest. We adapted as fast as we could, which was the best thing to do, you know, when it was who moved my cheese. So it is very important to adapt, foresee what is coming. So for example, when the COVID was coming, I went home and I spoke to my mother-in-law and I said, Mom, I think we need to stock up a little bit of food for the coming 2-3 months. There might be a lockdown. So you see, you have to foresee. And that eventually happened. All right, so the same thing, we were looking at healthcare. We were foreseeing that it might come in, that the lockdown will happen, but what will we deliver to the patients when they need our services? Although coming from the aesthetic business, but at the end of the day, we have to meet the need and requirements of our patients. So the first thing that we did was to go online with our consultations. It's not rocket science, to be honest. We did that before the lockdown happened, so we were not behind in the line of work, you know. More importantly, during the time of COVID, we took care of all the precautions that we're supposed to take. We installed the tunnel, we installed all the cameras for temperature control and, you know, observing all the precautions internally. Although being in the healthcare, we already take all the precautions, but this was just one notch up, and to make sure that our patients visibly, they see that what we are doing. So educating the patients as well was very important, along with our staff. One last and the most important thing, which was there to make us survive and be well in this time or other times as well, is the evolution in marketing. I'm sure everybody here, they know it. I'm not talking about any rocket science. It was just that we started optimizing our resources and where we invest them. And the best part was going digital. So again, no rocket science. We took our resources. There were no physical events happening, so there was saving happening over there. So that amount of money was being directed towards digital marketing. More appropriate and more impactful designs were made online, and how we reached out to people in terms of patient education and the better sales opportunities in terms of what marketing offers we give. So we were making added value, you know, to the offers. So it was not about reducing the cost of our offers, but adding the value to the same amount what the patient will be paying. So there are different things that were done in optimizing our marketing. But one thing definitely would help is we started investing and thinking towards blockchain. I don't know how many people are thinking about blockchains, but I think that is the future to be. And in information and communication technology, I think blockchain has definitely taken a big role. And we know that big capital ventures are investing over there, so they are no fools, and trillions of dollars are going over there. So that's another thing that we are also thinking about. So what is it that is the key to success? I don't think any business school or any guru can even tell you that. It is about playing, and whatever ingredients you have to, at the end of the day, come out with the best flavored dish. Yeah, that's what the outcome should be. So the outcome over here is to have the best sales. And how will you have that? Everyday disruption of what you had yesterday and evolving and making newer changes to what need to be done in that moment. It is very generic, but it is the truth that this is what helps you succeed in the end. So.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
I have one question to you. So in this time, everything's changing very, very fast. And in the health industry, particularly, it's gotten a lot of attention, of course, and it's needed. How do you see now in this world with maybe increased diseases, maybe increased diseases we don't really know about, including mental health? It's on the rise as well. There are many consequences of the COVID, the virus, and so on and so forth. How can we prepare ourselves for the future, and also in the whole health business or whole health service, let's say? What is one thing you as a leader is also looking at when you know that maybe tomorrow it's very different from today? Please.
Thank you so much. It's a really, really nice question and very important. Mental health. First, let me come to the point of how human beings are the most evolutionary virus in all of the systems of organisms. So any virus which comes in, a human being is evolving faster. Corona came in and it took decades. By the way, coronavirus has been there forever. And it's just that this was the evolved strain, and it happened to affect the humankind. But human beings are so fast, and we found a vaccine now. We have our immunity development, so we evolve faster. So be it any kind of disease, the truth is not only internally as our immune system, we will for sure evolve because that's how we are made. But more importantly, because we have smarter brains, we definitely find external ways to combat that. So that's from the healthcare perspective. But mental health is something that is, as we need to consciously put in an effort in patient education. The most important thing is education, and forums like this, physically and online, which need to be conducted more and more to educate not only the onlookers and the audience, but ourselves as well. We need to remind ourselves as well. Sometimes we come here, talk about everything which is huge and beautiful, but you know what? I have seen a lot of speakers themselves combating depression. It is important to discuss, to have some kind of communication, coming back to the base and the solution of every issue in the world, communication. Meet a therapist, meet a friend, talk to yourself in the mirror, but do therapy. It's really important.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you for sharing that. And I think this is really wise, so thank you so much. I'll go to our next speaker, which is Annabel Harper.
I'm going to stand.
Yeah, and you can stand up. Annabel Harper, I met her in Berlin many years ago when she was at the WIN conference there. She's a Middle East expert on women. She is a coach as well, a businesswoman. She lectures at Cambridge, and just fantastic to have you here. Her book was launched a few months ago, and it's exactly on our topic of women in the Middle East. Please, the floor is yours. Thank you, Annabel. And she, by the way, she came in flying all the way into Dubai, so I'm very happy about that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Kristin, and thank you for the introduction. So I'll be taking my glasses on and off, so bear with me. So I've been very lucky to work internationally, and I've also worked here in the Middle East, and I've met some amazing people, aspiring leaders already, particularly women. And I have to say that the United Arab Emirates has been exceptional in its support for women and leadership. And globally, of course, at the moment, the landscape is very unsettled, very disruptive. And we need to find a way of going forward on a different path. But importantly, that path needs to be gender-orientated, mixed gender. Everybody needs to be involved. There needs to be gender equity at the heart of this. So that's what I want to talk to you about this morning, namely how women can get involved, how we can get women's voices heard so that they're involved in this discussion the same as everyone. So, as Kristin said, I work in the Middle East, I have a master's in Middle Eastern Studies, and I've been working here for more than 10 years. But my connection goes back longer than that, to 20 years ago when I first came to Dubai on a family holiday. And that's where my great fondness of this region, the people, and the culture first began. So my aim this morning is to get you to think about your leadership style. What is it that could make you a bolder leader so that your voice is heard and you can think about a new way of going and get involved in the conversation? I'm going to do this in 3 parts. First of all, an overview briefly of the global picture for women. Secondly, what's happening more specifically in the Middle East and the UAE. And finally, what you can do to raise your visibility, to raise your game. So the global picture, obviously at the moment, is that the pandemic has caused all sorts of chaos, lots of change suddenly. And as most of you will know, some of the countries that have handled this pandemic very well, although it's continuing, have women leaders. You know there's a lot about Jacinda Ardern in New Zealand, there's Germany, there's Senegal, Taiwan, many others. What is it about these women that has made the difference in terms of how they've handled the pandemic? Well, they've been decisive. They've shown tremendous adaptive leadership. They've been quick. They've had the interests of their people at heart. The World Economic Forum brings out a global parity report every year. And the latest report shows that Iceland actually is the top of the list and has been for the past 11 years. By the way, Germany and New Zealand are in the top 10, and the UK is at 21, so we still have a bit of work to do there. So why Iceland? What is it that Iceland are doing? So they've had a lot of firsts in Iceland. They gave women the vote first. They've had the first female president. They had the first female prime minister. And that pattern is continuing. Now, it may surprise you to know that on current trends, there are many countries that have a long way to go. It'll take them decades to achieve gender parity. And the very bottom of the list, the country that's going to take the longest, 151 years on current trends, is North America. So that's the kind of global picture. I now want to look more specifically at the Middle East. So it's fair to say that the picture in the Middle East is a bit more patchy, but there's no doubt that government initiatives can make a big difference, and things can change very quickly. A fine example of that is Saudi Arabia. The UAE has been ahead of the curve for a long time. The government launched lots of initiatives for women, women's empowerment, board quotas have been introduced, and now equal pay. And education has always been available to all. And what's really interesting is that in tertiary education, women outnumber men 2 to 1. But there's a paradox here. It's called the MENA paradox. What happens is that women join their organizations at a reasonably high level, and men tend to join at a lower level. But what happens is that women's career progression slows right down, and men's career progression goes up quite high very quickly. And the many women I've talked to say that it's to do with confidence, that many women don't have the confidence to ask for what they want. However, keep in mind that the Forbes latest list of 100 power women in the Middle East has 23 Emirati women on the list, more than any other country in the region. So that tells you something about what those women have done to ask to find their way forward. Now, these changes are only going to come if women and men are involved in conversations in organizations about what needs to happen. And CEOs in that organization need to really buy in to these discussions. I think part of the problem why women don't have the confidence to ask is to do with the culture and the pace of change. You all understand the culture here, how many women and men are brought up, the expectations that they have about the men being providers, the women being nurturers and homemakers. And it's very difficult in that context for women to ask for what they want when they go to work. If those conversations don't happen between men and women, it's not going to change. And the other thing to think about is the pace of change in the Middle East has been very rapid in most countries. So there has been a clash between traditionalism and modernism. So now I want to turn finally to what you can do to be bold leaders, to accelerate your career progression, but also to get yourselves involved in these conversations. So one of the things you can do is to ask for what you want. It might be leadership development. It might be looking for a sponsor who oversees your career plan. It may be that you want to work part-time. It may be that you want to work from home more. And given the fact that so many people are doing that now, it would be very difficult to row back from that. But you need to ask, raise your visibility, challenge the status quo, diplomatically, of course. Think about the women who inspire you. Think about the role models out there who you could approach and ask, what did they do? Some of these 23 Emirati women. I'll tell you who inspired me was my head teacher at my all-girls school. She taught us that everybody was equal and that we could do anything we wanted to do. We had to choose. It was our choice. She had this fantastic expression, which she used a lot, which was, take life by both handles. When I started working, I discovered that actually it wasn't very equal. And I used to hear this ringing in my head, and it gave me a lot of courage. All the women I've spoken to, the women I spoke to for my research, all talk about choice. It's a matter of choice. It's up to you. So, I've talked about the gender picture. I've talked about what's going on in the Middle East. I've talked about what you can do and how you can think about who inspires you. And if you're not sure where to start, I would say, turn that question around. How inspirational do you want to be, and who do you want to inspire? Thank you.
Thank you. Annabel, wonderful. Before you go and sit down,
Yeah.
or you can sit down, but I have a
No,
question.
this is fine.
Because you mentioned very, very much about this, ask for what you want and so on. And then some of us, we do that. And then you're meeting the patriarchy, so to speak. So you ask for what you want, but it's not heard, and it's certainly not valued, because the number of hours you put into it wasn't really seen, or any of those things. And then you said something, ask for what you want, and challenge it with diplomacy. But sometimes you meet women, we get so angry because this is so unjust, or we have this type of feelings. And then women are then labeled as hysterical and, blah, 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 blah. So any tips here, because I can imagine that many women in the room have finally had the courage to, or maybe always ask for what they want. But it's back to this thing that is not always heard, not always seen, and not always valued. So any tips on your side, even your personal experience traveling around the world?
I think it's important to keep in mind that this isn't about men being unhelpful and women being passive. And there's no doubt, there's still evidence that women have to work harder sometimes to get where they want to get. But I think that there is a way of doing this, and I've seen it. With the people that I've coached with have tried this, which is about going to those more senior people, which particularly in the Middle East tend to be men in most organizations, and asking them to share their journey. Saying to them, I would really be interested in how you got to where you got to. What are the tips that you can learn from me? People like to reciprocate. People like to be honored. Status is very important in this region. Somebody acknowledging their status will respond and will then learn. And you could develop systems in organizations of what's called reverse mentoring. So you have an older mentor, but you can also have reverse mentoring. So young people can also contribute to this conversation. And don't forget, the under 35s is the biggest part of the population in the Middle East. They want to be heard. They won't put up with a lot of this. So showing them what to do, how to start, is, I think, a very good way to go about this.
Wonderful. And as you said, the world is moving fast, and particularly in this area, which is really hopeful and good to see. Thank you very much for sharing both a global perspective and a more regional one.
Thank you. Thanks very much. Thank you.
Yeah, so we're moving into the time of women, and I'm so excited now to introduce us all to Amera Al-Awadhi, who is an architect, urban designer, consultant, and I know you work with the Creative Clinic, but she has a lot of experience also in urban design, and I know that is very near to your heart, how to do that also in an ecological way. Rekha mentioned also earlier about, or their Mother Earth, and if we as women and the more conscious men can be part of planning for a future, that really works for all.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you everyone for coming. This is going to be very exciting because I actually prepared a presentation. So I'm just going to briefly introduce myself and talk about women in design and visions for 2021. How do I go to the next slide? Do we have a picture? Oh, it's this one? Oh, great. Okay. So I'll talk a little bit about myself and why I design, a few examples of women in design, designing and how it shapes our lives. And after the pandemic, of course, COVID tricks and tips and trends. And I'll end a small note on women, wellness, wealth, and what this whole conference is about. So, oops. I'll start with who I am. So my name is Amera Al-Awadhi. People call me Ammo because they think I'm a little firecracker and I have a lot of ammunition. So I'm an architect. I call myself an explorer. And I like to call myself a mentor because in the past 10 years, I've been mentoring students and colleagues alike for the design industry. A bit about myself, obviously I'm a woman, and going on 43, but it really feels like 23 after being 16 years here in Dubai. I have a degree in architecture, and I can safely say after COVID and 2020, I have a degree in life as well. I currently live in Dubai, and I'm a consultant. Income, I will not say because it's a bit unladylike to do that, but single, loving it, and my motivations are peace and love. So that inspires me to do what I do every day. My personality traits, as some of my friends would greatly say, would be being independent, adventurous, daring, curious, optimistic in this time and day, but generous and humble. And I am from the nice little country up north called Kuwait. So I first knew I wanted to become an architect at the age of 12. I was given this small little remark from my arts teacher and my maths teacher, to say the least, that I had an eye for design. So that really was an intriguing statement for me, and that gave me a push, and it gave me the curiosity to keep on learning and exploring and reading and learning more about architecture. I call myself the explorer because, you know, coming from a background such as Kuwait or from the Muslim world, a lot of times younger women are not allowed to travel alone. And I took the adventure of traveling alone in 2005 to Paris for the first time, booked a one-way ticket, and actually left to explore Paris after being an architect. So that was the first time I actually became and called myself the explorer. After that, it was no stopping me, to be honest. And I like to call myself the mentor because I do believe in the first couple of years of my life, I needed to have a mentor. And I thought to myself, if I couldn't find it in that time, why couldn't I be one for other people? And I always loved inspirational quotes. And some of the quotes that I really liked were, "We're here for a reason. I believe a bit of the reason is to throw little torches out to lead people through the dark," by Whoopi Goldberg. And "Tell me and I forget, teach me and I remember, involve me and I will learn." That's by Benjamin Franklin. Thank you. One of my favorite architects, and I'm sure everyone's heard of Zaha Hadid at this point, is obviously for some people there's a big connection between music and the way you can create a space. And I believe not only can we just focus on one entity in our lives, but we should focus on several entities, be it music, art, fashion, design. So all of it is interrelated. I'm quickly going to go through why I design and the inspirations and influences that I have. Just going to go through these real quick. Oh, sorry, and going back to the mentor, I just wanted to add this note because I've added it. Ms. Mody, you said something about donation of time, and I think that is crucial and very important for people to have. And that is something that I believe everyone should donate. It's the least that people can do. If it's an hour during a week for one person, it does make a difference. It does truly make a difference for the next generation. Going back to this. So why I designed. So growing up, I loved exploring new places, whether they were outdoor or indoor, and we were always intrigued by how different senses came to embrace those experiences. So when I became an architect and the designer I set out to be, I made sure to embrace the core elements that allowed me to have those feelings. And I categorize them as inspirations, influences, and indulgences. So I always try to maintain these three things in my life. So whether it's through inspiration, some of which can be talking to friends, meeting strangers on the train, or even just to keep myself exploring through conversation. Influences, everything starting from music to museums. I try to always maintain activity, going to new places in that sense. Or maintaining the indulgence from substituting a night out with a good book and deep, meaningful conversations with people. Now, I'm going to show you some women in design that have inspired me, and you may know some of them or may not know some of them, but I can briefly talk to you about why I believe these three have inspired me. Raha Ashrafi, she's actually Iranian-American, and she was one of the first regional architects to win a major architectural prize just from a design, a building that has not even been built, just by design after working on her project for many years. Zaha Hadid, I don't know if you know her story, but she was one of the pioneers, British, And one of the things that inspires me about her is that even after 15 years of being rejected worldwide, she maintained her stamp on the world as an architect with her signature designs. And Odile Dik, she's actually a good inspiration for me because she brings her Black Goth characteristic and personality into her work, and she maintained her stamp as well. So she didn't go by the norm, she didn't go by what is the current trend, she brought her own personality in. Design shaping our lives. I'm going to present a bit of my current colleagues' work, and this is from Creative Clinic. What I love about working with Creative Clinic is integrating the everyday experience into the projects, and why we need to design, why we need to focus on certain design elements to enhance our everyday experiences. Ooh, it's too fast. So these are a few of the projects that we've worked on currently, but understanding that we just don't create spaces for use. We create them to have the people engage in certain memorable experiences. So you coming in today here for the conference, how you walk into the conference room, how you sit down, what the location of the seating, all of that is very important. The material that you have, that you touch on the tables, how you sit on the chairs, this is all important, and that either creates a memorable experience or a disrupting experience. So keeping in mind some of those things. And last year was very, very interesting because, well, obviously we got hit with COVID and everything just was disrupted and shifted to, online, let's say, for a while. During lockdown, a lot of the architects around the world came together and started to think about how we could live post the pandemic. So having Zoom meetings and Zoom conferences, to designing trends that are actually implemented here in Dubai and around the world. I'm just going to share with you a couple of trends for hospitality that we've put into place. And it's actually creating safe environments for staff and for the patrons that come in, as well as planning not only for the customers that come into spaces, whether it be retail, shopping malls, offices, or whatnot, but also for the back of house, keeping in mind that the safety also extends to the staff as well. And creating something that's fashionable. I mean, if you see at the end picture over there, trying to keep the safety, but still keeping the fashion and trends alive. We did some research for offices design as well during COVID, and keeping in mind as well, maintaining individual space while keeping it COVID friendly, the fluidity in the movements, creating an exciting work environment, and of course, maintaining colors, plants, and whatnot, because sometimes at the beginning of the stages of COVID, what happened was people just started putting up partitions and blocks just to sort of, maintain the safety issue. But keep in mind that we utilize these spaces about 6 to 8 hours a day. So having it at least embrace our experiences in a proper way is what we're looking for. And a quick end note. Every morning I wake up and I say, this morning I begin again. This morning I begin again to learn, to embrace, to ask, to continue my journey into who I want to be and how I want to leave an impression, how I want to leave my legacy. So this is one of the quotes I use every single morning, and I think it suits my personality and my drive for and strive for something better. And how do we move forward with this? I'm so glad that Ms. Kristin gave us the chance to talk to everyone and engage in such an opportunity, because during the last year, as my colleague speaker said, mental health was a very big issue when we didn't have this forum or this engaging experience. So one of the things that I've learned in how to move forward is to actually balance all the three main aspects that I believe should be balanced, which is your professional life with your personal life and your spiritual life. And maintaining those three, asking, communicating, being in touch with women, having a mentor, being a mentor, just engaging yourself with other individuals is key to maintaining a happier and healthier life. And I'm so glad that we could do it with women of all different, experiences. So thank you again for that.
So much. I have a question for you. So when it comes to big projects, I know one of the things you talked to me when we met last time was also about big urban planning.
Yes.
So you mentioned that. So, and I was thinking that was a part that also is interesting because a lot of big urban planning, big cities have been done led by more men. So what do you see will happen when more women get into this big planning of everything like hotels and businesses, but also to the bigger scale design of cities? What is already changing and what do you think will change?
That's a very good question.
Even imagining the change.
No, actually, there are a few examples. There are a few examples. I believe Denmark has already started, and France, and major cities and minor cities, to turn the existing centers and courtyards into less vehicle-oriented and more pedestrian-friendly. And that was led by a lot of women leaders and teams. Not that I could remember any at this time, but this is something that on an urban plan, on an urban scale, will benefit not only the climate change, but will benefit the surrounding and the people there.
The communication.
The communication, absolutely. Once it becomes more pedestrian friendly, once it becomes more accessible, people become more interactive, and we go back to the human scale instead of the whole transportation of vehicles involved.
Good. So a bit of balance.
A bit of balance is needed, absolutely.
Okay, thank you, Amar, for sharing your work.
Thank you.
Sharing yourself.
Thank you so much.
And being with us here today. So big applause for Amar. Thank you. So now we're going to go to education. And our next speaker is Dr. Saima Rama. And she is the CEO, the principal of the GEMS World Academy here. And she's also a consultant to several foundations. And I know your heart is in education worldwide, and also not only at GEMS, but being involved in making sure that kids, also less fortunate than those that can go to GEMS, have a good quality education. And I know you're also passionate about how do we build schools and education for the future. Saima, the floor is yours, please.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. So my name is Dr. Saima Rana, and I am the CEO and the principal of GEMS World Academy here in Dubai. I also look after the GEMS World Schools in the world. So I'm very privileged and very proud to have such a fantastic job. I love my job. What I'm going to do is, I know the topic in the brief is about interconnectedness, so I'm going to tell you a story, if that's okay. And it's my story, and I'm sure through the narrative you'll pick up the interconnectedness that I have been very fortunate to be able to experience as just a normal person living in quite a complicated world, I think. So, as I said, my name is Saima Rana. I'm very, very proud that I've had a fantastic education from Great Britain. I'm born and brought up in the United Kingdom, in London, in a beautiful borough called the Borough of Ealing, as I'm sure some of you will know. A lovely, 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 beautiful area in London. I was very fortunate that I was born to the first immigrant parents in the United Kingdom. My roots and my genetics go back to India, Pakistan, and Saudi Arabia, and I'm very, very proud of my roots. I am myself British, and I'm very, very proud of being British as well. And growing up, we had to sort of ask, who were we? Were we British? Were we Indian? Were we Pakistani? Were we Saudi Arabian? We were very fortunate that we had lots of mother tongues happening in our family. I'm one of four, and for some, this is good. For some, not so good. I'm the second eldest, but always treated as the eldest because I think when I was growing up, I was told I was very bossy, but I think rather than bossy, I was assertive and I knew what I wanted. So growing up around lots and lots of great people, lots and lots of great women, lots and lots of great mothers, sisters, daughters, friends, and so on. But I came from an area where women were not really necessarily treated the same as men. But in my family, my mother and my father treated us, two girls and two boys, exactly the same. If anything, my father would say, Saima, you're the son that I never had. So, you know, we were really given lots and lots of encouragement to just go and do exactly what we wanted to. So things like marriage at an early age were not something that we were expected to do. We were the first 2 girls in my family, my wider extended family, and we were all very educated to be permitted, encouraged, in fact, by my parents to leave home at the age of 18 and go and travel the world and go and live at university and just enjoy ourselves. My father said to me, just remember one thing, both of you. My sister is a doctor as well. She's a geneticist, so I do absolutely agree with the happiness gene of the 50%. He said, just remember that on your forehead you have my name, which is Rana, and whenever you're going to do something naughty and something that you think I'm not going to approve of, just remember that you are my daughters. So that stopped us from sort of like straying, I think. It kept us grounded. So when I finished my undergraduate degree at Nottingham University, I was welcomed and invited to accept a job at the London Stock Exchange. I was also offered a job at Mackenzie and at PwC. Those of you who know, these are some really great companies. Really, really great salaries attached to this. So I was very, very excited, and I was very, very happy to return to London from Nottingham. When I came back from my interview, I thought to myself, I had this memory that was really, really stuck in my mind, and it was this memory of when I was about 4 years old, and we lived on this beautiful close, and there was lots of us growing up there, all of very similar ages, and my father had left his wallet on the side table, and he'd gone somewhere, and the ice cream van came. Do you know what an ice cream van is? You know, in London you have those ice cream vans. Anyway, the ice cream van came, and I had 50 pence, and I could have purchased about 3 ice creams with that 50 pence, or maybe 4. But there were loads of us. There was about 30 of us playing outside. So I thought, no, I can't buy an ice cream for myself and eat it. And my sister said, well, why don't you buy it and we'll hide and eat it? And I said, no, we can't do that. I've got to share the ice creams with everybody. So I went into the house and I took £5, and that was a lot of money back then, out of the wallet, and I purchased ice creams for everybody. So my father walked down the street and he's saying, oh, this is nice. Everybody's eating ice creams. It's great. And £5 was a lot of money back then. And when he found out I had purchased the ice creams for everybody, he asked, where did you get the money from? And I said, your wallet. And I got in so much trouble because I took money without asking. And my father said it was theft, you know, I shouldn't have done it. And I learned a big lesson then. I learned not to lie and not to steal and not to take what was not mine. And that was a really valuable lesson I learned. But I also learned that I loved sharing, and I didn't want to enjoy my life when others weren't enjoying theirs. And that stuck with me. So what I thought, my mother was a teacher, what I thought is that I really want to do teaching. I really want to become a teacher. I'd had this passion for teaching, but I didn't want to do it as a career because it didn't have a lot of money attached to it. It didn't have a lot of status attached to it in my community. So I hadn't applied for it. So this was sort of August time, and the deadline had closed for applications to the teaching school. So I rang Roehampton University, and I kept on ringing. Nobody was answering, and finally somebody answered. And the lady said, what's the matter? In quite a distressed sort of tone. And I said, I really want to apply for a course at the Roehampton University. I know applications have closed. Can you help me? I'm desperate. And she said, no, the applications closed 2 months ago. And I said, I know, but I'm desperate. And if I don't do this, I'm going to have to take a job at the stock exchange, and I really don't want to. So she said, come in the next morning and we'll see what we can do. To my surprise, the next day, the lady that had answered the phone was actually the dean of Roehampton University of the teacher training courses. And she had just been in the admin room to pick up some post, and she had answered the phone because I kept on ringing. And of course, we sat, we talked, I told her about my love and passion for teaching, and she gave me a place on the course, and I became a teacher. Wow, what can I say? Teaching for me, it was like the most magical experience of my life. I just loved it so much. Excuse me. Being able to encourage and influence, and the things that we've heard about being a mentor, and really being able to coach and support and motivate. I didn't realize I had this power. And I was just I was just overwhelmed with this power, that how you could change lives. And I've taught in one of the most poorest communities of England, in Hounslow. I don't know if you'll know Hounslow, and very, very poor at that time, a very Gypsy Roma traveller community where children had just never been to school, and those that had didn't really take it seriously. So these were some really interesting children that I worked with, and I just loved it. I fell in love with the job. I worked so hard in my first year that I was promoted to head of department, and our results went up. But everybody was, it was so interesting. Rather than congratulating and celebrating, lots of people would say, you work too hard. You know, you work too hard. You should enjoy yourself. You work too hard. And I would make excuses, and sometimes I'd lie about working too hard. You know, I would pretend that I was enjoying myself in the evening with friends, but really I'd secretly be working, because I was made to feel almost ashamed that I was working so hard, but I just loved it. I loved the job. Anyway, moving on from that, I was promoted to a deputy head, a senior leader in a school. And then I was asked by the government to help support schools across central London, helping rebuild them for poor communities under the Labour government for building schools for the future, but also to be able to support lots of different types of schools. And I was I was wanting to know, I was inquisitive as a child and I was inquisitive as an adult. I wanted to know how schooling worked and education worked. So I worked in pupil referral units, I worked in hospital schools, prison schools, I worked in primary schools, secondary schools, colleges, universities, and I really really learn about education. And that's the thing I've realized about myself. I don't ever do things half-hearted. I want to do it all and I want to know it all. It's really important to me. So my mother has been a really important influence to me, and the reason why I bring her in now is because I don't think I ever realized how important her influence was to me and how important she as a person, not just my mother, was to me. She was a housewife. She gave up teaching to bring the four of us up. And actually, she was the CEO of our house. She knew whose birthday it was. She knew whose wedding we were going to. She knew what was going on. But she wasn't always given that prestige. My mother and father loved each other very much. My mother was very much into charity, and she celebrated all religions bar none. And sadly, 4 or 5 years ago, she passed away tragically. And when she passed away, I was thinking to myself how important she was to me and how important the charitable work that she did was important to me. And what I did was I started a charity called the Shehnaz Foundation. My mother's name was Shehnaz. So I started a charity called the Shehnaz Foundation in London, to which I donated all of my salary. Now, from 2008, I had been doing this, but I'd been doing it quite quietly because I was worried what people would say and think about me, and I worked too hard, and why is she giving away all her money? What is she doing? And what I was doing was I was building schools, and I was building schools without telling anybody, and I wasn't telling my parents or my family either, because a young girl of the age of 21 traveling to Afghanistan or to Kashmir on her own would probably not be seen as a safe thing to do. So I would tell my parents I was going to the Bahamas or I was going to the Maldives, and actually I was venturing out to Kashmir, both sides, India and Pakistan, Afghanistan, Sudan, etc., and just building small schools for girls. And what I would do is I would find some trusted women. And for some reason, there were always women that came forward. And we would just build these literally 4 classrooms connected together, one for sort of English and maths reading, one for sort of learning how to pray, if that's what you wanted to do, one for stitching and sewing, and one for etiquette, food etiquette, cooking, meals, etc. And these were all for girls. They were for young girls from the age of sort of 3 all the way to about 6, and we couldn't afford to continue after 6. And we would do this in different parts of the world. And I would do it on my own. And I remember, I don't know how it happened, I would just meet people, some really great people, but there would always be women and there'd always be housewives. And they would just tag along, and then I would help set everything up, train, design the school building, because I love architecture, I love design, and I'd learned a lot working with the British government under Building Schools for the Future. So I'd build that, employ the teachers, train the teachers, employ the principal, train the principal, and then off I would go and leave that school in the capable hands of these women that would look after the school for me. And for 3 years, I would fund it. And after 3 years, we'd create a sustainability model whereby half of the students would be fee-paying and would actually incorporate the sort of fees of the other children. So we continue to do this, and I've built so many schools. But not just the schools. I'm so passionate about girls' education and women in particular. In England, and some of you may not believe this, we have areas in England where women, in particular refugee mothers from places like Bangladesh, India, Pakistan, Afghanistan, Sudan, Africa, Sierra Leone, Senegal, come into the country as immigrants and are treated very badly by husbands, by children, and so on. So I started this one community project in the Edgware Road in central London, in a very expensive ward, but where there was a huge deprivation, 21-year life expectancy difference between the people that lived in this one ward. And I started this project because this woman, where I was a principal in a school called Westminster before I came to Dubai. And some of the parents were illiterate. They had no English whatsoever. And they would come to me and say, Dr. Rana, can you read this letter for me? And I would say, what is it? And they would say, it's a letter from my doctor. And I'd open it and I'd read it. And it would say, you've got a sexually transmitted disease and you need to get some treatment. And I would just look at the mother thinking, I'm not quite sure how I'm going to tell you this, but I would try. And I don't speak Bangladeshi. So, you would try and sort of explain in however you can, using Hindi, using Urdu, using English, that you need to get checked out and what's going on. And then they would explain to me without any shame, any embarrassment, yes, our husbands go back home to visit their extended families, and they have sex there with various women, and they have unprotected sex, and when they come back, we do, this happens. And I was just aghast by this. So what I did was I created a community project called the Mosaic Community Trust, which is a fantastic community project in London. And what that does is we started off with 1 or 2 women that weren't permitted to leave their homes and come out to join us, even for an hour a day or an hour a week, because they had to cook and clean and be these servants at home to their husbands and their children. We created this trust whereby we would put money into it so that these women were permitted to come out to start an entrepreneurial project of creating recycled newspaper bags, which they could sell in the markets for 10p, 20 pence. And their husbands would permit them to do that because it was bringing in money into the family. And we would pay them from our salaries. But what we'd also do is we would have about half an hour of Indian head massage, or learning how to read English, or learning how to speak English, or learning how to just communicate. One woman said to me in tears after a year, when she had spent 1 year with us and she could speak English and she could give her sister or her cousin an Indian head massage, she said to me, for a year I'd been in this country, and the only person who ever really spoke to me was a market trader, the markets, and she would walk up and down and the market trader would say to her, buy some bananas, buy some oranges. And she said that was the only person who actually spoke to me, whereas at home, because my husband didn't give me the respect, my children didn't give me the respect. And suddenly she was selling her own bags at the market, which gave her so much self-confidence and empowerment. So that's one of the other projects that I've been involved in. And finally, just got a few minutes. I haven't finished. I've got so much to say. The other project that I'm really, really proud of is a project for 300 street children, girls in Chennai in India, and it's with the Karanalia Fund. And this is a really great project whereby we have committed to a 6-year project with this group, and we will extend it, I'm sure, where street children live with their street families and really have no really hope or support. And what we are doing is we are giving them education, we are giving them creativity and art and craft and football, and we are sponsoring them to make sure that 400 of them are able to just live a happy part of the day through our kindness and generosity. And that in turn is impacting the rest of their families, because when they're going home, it's like a domino effect. They are teaching their mothers and their fathers and their brothers and their sisters lots of different things that they're learning from their activities. So I just want to finish by saying, the world is interconnected, and I know that when I was growing up, I was told that I couldn't do a lot. And I was a young woman growing up in a community and in a culture where women were not celebrated as much as they ought to. But that one single voice in my life, my mother's voice, saying you can do anything you want to. You can travel the world, you can do anything you want to, you can move mountains. And I am very, very proud today that because of the love and the support that my parents showed me in particular, I've been able to, in my own way, create real impact and create real disruption in places, especially in communities where women and girls are not permitted to go to school or to have the same respect as men. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. So this was very awesome. There was a couple of things I noted, because I want to bring this into a big picture also. You mentioned something like you wanted to teach, but then in your family, being a teacher wasn't seen as a status job, right? And you mentioned also how you worked so hard, but you were a little bit ashamed to share that. And you went to help people, but maybe it was better to say you went on holiday, right? So I recognize this, and I think it's something that many women recognize. And it's part of the feminine. So we want to give it value, and that's what you did. You gave it value inside you, and you did it. And I think that's so important. And when we think now globally what's happened, because if we see that being a teacher is not so valuable, for instance, well, we won't get the best people unless they have it like true as a passion. So again, how can we give more value to being a teacher or being a nurse also? So many of these professions where we today have more women. Because it's not only about women in business, it's about getting our societies up, where we need a good healthcare system, we need good teachers. Please elaborate.
Thank you, that's a great question. So one of the things, you won't believe this, but I'm very shy. And so one of the things that I would not share my story with anyone. And somebody said to me, you have to share, you have to tell people. So you inviting me, I'm a teacher, ultimately, to this great event today, sitting with these great colleagues here. It means that teachers are celebrated and we are important. And I don't know if any of you understand Hindi, but when we were growing up, you know, my sister's a geneticist, a top doctor in England, and it would be, what does Nahid do? She's a doctor, she's a geneticist. What does Saima do? She's a teacher. And they'd say, hi, Bijari. And it would be so much like, you know, poor thing, you know, she's become a teacher, you know, because teachers just, you know, those that can't become teachers. But it's about giving it the status, grabbing it, like you said, with both hands, like your headmistress said, grabbing it with both hands and saying, I'm a teacher, and look what I've done. I today, on my own, single-handed, without taking a penny off anyone else, have created 158 schools for poor children, for poor girls. And that's through teaching. That's through teaching. And then I've continued and taught teachers how to teach better and principals how to teach better, and that's through teaching. So that's the first thing. And I think the other thing about being ashamed of working too hard, I don't do that now. I'm very proud. I'm very proud. I've just taken on this new job as CEO of GEMS World Academy, and we've got a refurbishment program. And I was meant to go home to London for the 3-week Christmas break we just had. And I couldn't leave the project because it's nearly a $20 million dirham project at the school. I couldn't just leave it to other people. It's my school, it's my responsibility. So I didn't go home. I worked every day apart from half a day on Christmas. But I love it, I enjoy it, I'm very happy, I love it. It's my school, it's, you know, my kids are happy, it's great. And so I'm not embarrassed anymore, I'm not ashamed. I work hard, I love it. God has given me the energy to work hard, you know, and I will continue to do that until the day I die because I make an impact.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone.
So many learnings in what you said, you know, so whatever we say to ourselves, just embrace it.
Embrace it and be proud of it.
Be proud of it, who you are. Thank you
so
so much. Thank you. So this was wonderful to hear. And I want to ask all of you now in the room here, what world would you like to live in, you know? And what is something you'd like to do when it comes to the larger world? And if there's something you like to write down, you got some Post-its on your, I think there should be Post-its on the table. Because what we are creating outside is what we call it a dream wall, or dream wall. So if you put a little dream, which could be like everybody in the world, a good education, more value to the medical profession, want to see women everywhere in the Middle East or worldwide dare to ask for what they're worth, what they want. Beautiful design by women as much as by men, in cities, in organizations, and in our lives. Beauty, give beauty value as well. So if there's any of these things you want to see, write it down. You don't need to put your name, and we put it on the wall outside. And please join me applauding our amazing speakers here today as we go to a little coffee break. Put on your mask when we go out. So we have 15 minutes coffee tea break, and please be back here exactly at 11:45 on time. Okay, thank you so much, everybody. Thank you, everybody. We will begin again. And just for some pragmatic reasons, we are running the program with like 15 minutes after what's scheduled in the written program, just so if you have planning telephone calls or something. Anyway, so we are going to start again, and I'd like to ask Dr. M to join me here on stage. Dr. M is, as I don't know if we need to say so much, but industrialist, and more than anything, a philanthropist and a friend, and a man that just had his birthday a few days ago. And he's also the head of the Global Citizen Forum, which is the organization and the body that WIN is collaborating with on this event today, and on our journey to United Nations in 2022. I would also like to ask Shazia to come join me, politician, activist, all the way from India. We will hear more from her this afternoon. And again, Rekha, Mody, please join me on stage as well. And Shetall, you want to join as well? Please come, head of the High Life organization that works with Dr. M as well.
I just want to add one word.
Yeah, she wants that.
Hello, everybody. Kristin said a lot about Dr. M. We've been talking this morning about happiness. So let me vouch for it. I know him for 66 years. That he's a very, very happy man. So that's it.
So, please, so, here we are. So I want to hear from you, Dr. M, some thoughts about the future. Dr. M is a very innovative man, and he has so many brilliant ideas, and not only ideas, many of them obviously implemented. So, Dr. M, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Kristin. Let me first say that my sister just disclosed her age. She's a very brave woman. 66 years, knowing me right from the birth. I think I must say that the reason I'm here is because of Kristin. Kristin has been a force which has been working for more than 20 years in terms of taking the women from various parts of the society to move forward, to give them a confidence they can do much more than what they are doing today. And I think that's one thing very important, that women today are much, much more confident and should be more confident to take challenges ahead. They don't have to, be worried about what their husband do, what their father do, or what their children do. They are a total human being by themselves, and as such, they should find what they think is right. I think that's what Kristin has been doing, and I've met a lot of women who has been attending her conferences, including Shazia, including Rekha, and they have been very, very telling me that there's a wonder girl, which is called Kristin. So I was wondering, what is a wonder girl? So I went to see a movie. There's a movie running, Wonder Girl. I know some of you must have seen it. And it's running in the theaters. It's one of the best, this thing. So it's about a girl who realized that she has special powers. She has a special confidence. And there is also a villain in the movie who wants to become the leader of the world. So he finds a way how to control the world and how to control the president of USA, and he becomes the most powerful one in the world. And he said that whatever you wish, it will come true. That is the power he gets. He has a special, that power comes to him. And he starts granting wishes to people, and he starts getting powerful. Ultimately, he becomes very powerful. But he has a son, which he is very fond of. And there is a situation that he has to leave all the power for his son. And he does that. But he's a villain. Just remember that. So that was not a wise act. Because what the Wonder Girl does it, she has a love of her life. She has a lover who was a husband in the past life, who would reappear in this life. And she has a choice that whether she work for the society or whether she work a life of with her lover and husband to have a happy life. And she decided to leave her husband. Now, what is better? Sacrificing the world for your son or sacrificing your friend, your husband, your lover for the society? So she left that, and that is the wonder girl. And that's what Kristin is. She has left. Huh? Well, I don't know about Buddha, but that's Kristin. There are many people claim to be Buddha. So that's a different story. So I think what I'm trying to say is that women for centuries have been sacrificing. I have 6 sisters also. I have 2 daughters. I have a granddaughter. And generally, they have a sacrificing nature. And they think it's good to sacrifice for their people whom they love. But I think there's a bigger cause in the world. And I think we need women who sacrifice their personal life for the betterment of the world, for change the world for better. And that's a very, very brave decision for any woman. It's very easy. We all have children, we all have, spouses or lovers or husband or partners, whatever it is. We all have parents. But there is a saying that there are 2 types of child. Both are good child. One child is taking care of the parents, taking care of the family, and he is a child which is considered a good child. The second child is the one who does not take care of anybody. He only takes care of himself and the society. He is there to change the society. He is considered sometimes a bad child, because the parents feel he is not getting any benefit of this child. But they don't realize that it's the society which is getting benefit. If the society is good, if the society grows, if the world becomes a better place to live, the family will get benefit in any case. But if the society is not moving forward, then every family suffers. So we now, after COVID, have come to a very special situation. So COVID-19 has made everybody sit at home. We had families around us. But were we happy? Were we happy in our homes? We could be happy 1 week, 10 days, 15 days, 1 month, 2 months. Then you realize suffocating. It's extremely suffocating to just be around the loved ones all the time. You need to get out. You need to work with your personality. You have to make sure that you have a lot to add to the world. And the woman today, I think, should do that. Man has been doing it for centuries. I'm a businessman. My daughter used to say that I've never seen you, because by the time you come, I'm sleeping. And by the time I get up, by the time I get up, you are sleeping. So I never met you. But now when I became 25, I realized, thank God I didn't see you. Because you are working for the benefit of the family. And I am the beneficiary of that. So I said, at least you realize that. So till 25, she thought I was a bad father. After 25, she thinks I'm a very good father. So I think we all have 24 hours. And the best thing you can give is to yourself. And when you say yourself, naturally you will try to make the world better. And that's what this women conference is about. Because women, with their wisdom and with their resources, so we talk of wisdom, wealth and wellness, and I talk of happy, healthy wealthy. It's the same thing. So we want to be happy, we want to be healthy, we want to be wealthy. But there is one more thing. We want to live beyond 100. What's the use of dying early? You are happy, you are healthy, you are wealthy, then you die. A dead man or woman is of nobody's use, however intelligent she may be, how much hard work she may have done. So long life is very, very important, because it is very difficult to get a human body. And it's even more difficult to get a woman body. So first, you are so lucky, which some of us men are not, that you got a woman body. And because of that, you are privileged one from day one. We are the one who are chasing, you are the one who are getting chased. So you have so many advantages towards you. But now the time is neither you want to be chased, nor you want to be, chasing. Because we don't need to do that anymore. There is so much in the world to do. And I am very glad that Dubai is the place. I just said in my interview a few days back that Dubai I found after COVID-19 as the #1 city of the world. The whole world has been suffering because of COVID-19. Dubai has been flourishing. And I have come many times to Dubai during this time, where I could not go to my own country, Singapore, from March. And I didn't have to quarantine, I just need to test. If you test and are negative, why do you have to quarantine? Who is the foolish guy who is creating these silly laws? And these politicians who use COVID-19 to have this power to control, that you can't get out of the house, you can't do this, you can't do that. The politicians love that. The politicians love to print money. America printed $5 trillion. First they make you sit at home and then say, don't worry, I'll pay you. You may pay us, but you are not going to take my working life you have taken out, no? So this is very silly management which has been done by Americans, even India, many countries. But Dubai stand out. And that's why we can have this conference in COVID time. In such a short period. Kristin, you could not go anywhere, but you are in Dubai. We all came to Dubai. And Dubai, we are having this great conference out here in such a short time, because it was cancelled many times. And even yesterday we were talking, will anybody come? But I see such a big gathering. So let me congratulate all of you for being here, to taking control of your own life, to decide that you will do what is good for you, and you will do what is good for the society, what is good for the humanity, and you are coming together, and once you come together, the power of coming together, the power of one, is so huge that you don't realize that there are so many of you who are wanting to do the same thing. You are not alone. And you are not alone in this country, you are not alone in the world. So we are now taking the GCF WIN double power, the WIN power and the GCF power. The WIN is been basically working in Europe and some parts of the world. The global citizen is worldwide. So we are going to take this power to 100 cities of the world, and we will make sure that all over the world, now with the help of digital media, all of you are united. And we will come back to Dubai for this 2021 Expo, which we are planning, which is going to be exceptionally different Expo, because Dubai is trying to become a city of wellness, being #1, which is there, and that's why it's a very special city. So thank you, Kristin, for having me.
Thank you for being a part of it. I mean, together we can do so much more. And as Dr. M mentioned, he said also here, women have done a lot of sacrifice, whether it's sacrifice at home or sacrifice for humanity. I think what is so important in many of those sacrifices is were done for love. So when we make a sacrifice, let's make sure they're done for the right reasons. And also for all the men in the room who are pillars of support, keep supporting, keep being there, let the feminine be creative, and also know you have a feminine part as well of your creativity. And thank you, Dr. M, for seeing this, being part of this, and seeing that we are all one. Thank you so much. So please comment. Shetall, you want to say something?
Hello, good afternoon. Good afternoon to everyone sitting here. Thank you, Dr. Mody. Thank you, Rekha ma'am, for, So we have many subjects to be discussed. We are a bunch of intellectual people sitting in this room right now. Many things can be discussed, personal experiences, going forward. We are one. What have we learned from life? There are many, many experiences that we all can discuss and interact with each other. I won't take much time. I would say a few things about me, and if I'm sitting here, I'm sure there is some substance to me. That is why I'm sitting here with a very, very extremely honored panel. So if I have substance, everybody sitting in this room have equally substance because they're listening to me. And that makes it we are one. If I'm the best, everybody sitting here are the best of the best. So that's what makes it we are one. Yeah, we've all come a long way. I'm sure every woman here have a story. And every woman have come a long way. They're equally capable or more. That capability is just yet to be explored or exploited in a very, very positive way. I started my journey with Smart Group, Dr. B.K. Mody's group, about 19 years ago. I, of course, joined them as a production executive. Today, I take care of a few companies as a CEO and a president. It's been a 19 years of wonderful journey. The journey in my work has been equally challenging and competitive. And the journey of my personal life is also been equally competitive and very, very challenging. It made me a very strong and a very capable person that I am today. I'd like to share a few things. I mean, this is a very trustworthy room, I would believe, and because it's very personal information. 20 years ago, I was married to a Muslim. My name was Ridwana Khan. It was a very, very good marriage, 1.5 years. I mean, it lasted for 1.5 years, while, of course, before marrying, it was obviously very wonderful, right? I was 20 then. In 1.5 years, you realize, oh, you're made for, not for this. Your life is supposed to be shaped in a very, very different way. And you decided to part ways. But that relationship and the whole Islamic culture I imbibed with a lot of love, grace, and respect. I have done 5 times of namaz. I have done all the rozas. I have done everything that works. So the takeaway from that relationship was a lot of understanding of my own self, lot of understanding of tolerance, of sacrifice, of compromising, and the struggle which I was being prepared for. After that was the beginning of my life, actually. And then I always wanted to be a housewife. I was very happy to settle down as a housewife, doing nothing, just cooking. I'm a very good cook, by the way, everyone. I cook great food. Because I was in a little bit of trouble, I decided to apply for a job, and the job came out to be with Dr. B.K. Mody's Smart Group. And today here I am. I run a few companies. I run the entertainment company in Bombay. I'm a CEO for the High Life Singapore and High Life Dubai. It's a tech company. I'm a part of the strategy and the board committee which we have in the group. So just to summarize, life has its own curves and own twists. We all have to take it in a very positive way. Every incident that happened with me, good, bad, I never call any incident good or bad, actually. I don't categorize them. For me, everything that happens in life has been a part of a learning process. It is given me. It is only given me. more and more understanding of life, more and more depth towards exploring my own capabilities, and it has only made me a better person and more stronger one. The latest experience, I will cut down all the 19 years, make it very short because we have very interesting people and a lot of panel discussions going to happen today. The latest one and very interesting one was when I was in the ICU suffering with COVID. I was on the last stage of the COVID actually, and I had to, a lot of things happened. It was quite an interesting and action-packed movie with drama and thriller, I would put it that way. And I was in the hospital, but again, that's because of my own, existence of my karma and existence of everything that we have come this way. I was in Dr. Mody's hospital in Delhi. It was his own hospital, so I was quite lucky, but yes. So when on July 4th at night, I thought that, okay, maybe I won't wake up in the morning. July 4th, 2020 night, when I was brought to the Max Smart belongs to Dr. Mody. And of course, I had not spoken to anyone, not even him. I had not spoken to anyone, not my mother, not my family, nobody. And maybe there was a chance, maybe, that I would not wake up in the morning of July 5th. And all I did was just messaged my sister, okay, something might go wrong. In case it does, just take care of everything. That was my last message to her at that time. But, so, lot of power around me and lot of intelligent people, lot of right decision making helped me to survive through that. I had excellent treatments. I had plasma therapy. I had the best of the medicines and the best of the doctor of the country available for me and my services. So I survived. July 14th, I was negative, and still 10 days further in the observation. Now, my point behind telling you this story is this, following. It has only brought the better of me since then. I have realized the value and importance of life. I have realized I am definitely survivor for a much bigger and a much better cause. And the most important, I have totally embraced the word called freedom, which Dr. Mody has been explaining to 19 years to me and the world, because, everywhere what he talks about is a complete freedom, and that's what he lives in. A total freedom of mind, physical, body, emotional. He's free from all possible ways of life. So yes, that is the main lesson for me is I'm going to embrace my freedom since August 4th when I was cleared by my doctor and I left the hospital. I want to go all out. I want to do whatever best possible for this world, and no better man to be associated for that except Dr. M. I have been with them. I've seen the constant struggle and constant dedication towards women empowerment, liberating women, doing all the great things for the country, be it India, be it Dubai, or be it Singapore. Wherever he goes, he wants to spread a community benefit. He wants to bring the community together and make the world the better place. And I am so proud and happy to be part of this team. And with my complete understanding of everything that's happening around our life, I'm going to embrace my freedom and do my best and prove all my capabilities as a woman for him. Thank you so much.
Okay, so thank you to Shetall for sharing your experience here with us today. And I think at this point we really have to go on with the rest of the program because we started a little bit late. But I want to thank you all for the time. Sometimes I do 3-day-long conferences and we have a lot of time, but today we have a 1-day event, so we have to be part. So thank you again. Yeah, Tatiana, who has the Shirin? Tatiana, you have the music.
The rap. Yeah, the rap. Some Well, I'll just say hello. A doctor has penned a very interesting rap, a happy rap. So I'm requesting that we play that rap and everybody shakes. Is that a good idea? Wonderful. So all of you have to stand up.
And the best thing about the rap is that it's wrapped in complete spontaneity.
So this
And if you're moving,
rap
put
came
your
to
mask,
me.
for a regulation, put your mask on.
Are you going to start? Okay. So let me give you the background. So it was just came to me instantly. So it's nothing which I have thought about or I have written about. I've never done rap in my life. But it came to me, so I just said it. And then it was recorded, so it went around. And then some people in US picked up and they sang it in their own voice. And it became now a little bit something coming out of US, which is there because it came from the people who did it there, and it's going viral worldwide. And you're playing it? So, you want me to sing it?
So the thing about the rap is that I think Eminem can take a cue because Dr. M actually talks about being close to the Almighty and treating Almighty or God or Lord Bhagwan Ram, as his friend. So Ram is really my buddy. And also people divorce spirituality with wealth, with giving up. But for Dr. M, no. Money is for a great cause. He is a capitalist with a conscience. And Ram is his buddy. Right, Dr. M?
Yeah. So I made a movie called Oh My God. How many of you have seen Oh My God? Huh? Oh, quite a lot of them. So if you've seen Oh My God, that movie talked about this particular fact, that a lot of us fear God. And there are a lot of these God men take advantage of it. Yeah, this is it. हाँ वही वाला करना है वही करना नहीं वो यूएस वाला नहीं Shirin is there. Play it. Yeah, make it louder. It's okay.
Yeah, you can play that. Shirin is the one who does this. I've said.
This is being done by, this is Mr. Pramit, he is from Boston. And when he heard this rap, which I sent to him, he came from Boston, and his children picked it up. Huh? And then they made it a little, put music in it, and they played it. Just play it. अरे यार अभी चालू किया था Pramit, you want to say something? He just came from Boston, just for,
Thank you, Dr. Saab. It's always an honor and privilege to share the platform with Dr. M. I must say that he not only inspires a lot of people in India, but in Boston and New York, there are so many youngsters, including my family and my friends, who have been highly inspired and motivated by Dr. M's story. Whenever we sit with him for half an hour, there is a new boost of energy that comes within. And a lot of new initiatives have started right in Boston at Harvard MIT Place because of Sir's efforts. So thank you, Dr. M, for all you have given it to us. Thank you. So Dr. Saab has just, as I was mentioning, that spontaneously he has written this rap on Bhagwan Rama, and his point of view was that when he was talking with few youngsters there, they don't see Lord Rama as just that Lord is one should be scared of. They start feeling that Lord Rama is our buddy, that together with Lord Rama and with others and morals and values of Lord Rama, if we act as a friend, lot more could be done. And Dr. Saab has written that spontaneously, and my kids and few of our relatives and their friends, they have started really making it viral, and a very interesting rap has come out of it, and hopefully they will play. But Dr. Saab, it was quite exciting, and the kids started dancing immediately when they started listening to that.
You know, we are talking of changing the world. Now, who will change this world? Is the children. And what does the children fear most? Is what parents teach them. Because the parents are teaching them, do this, don't do this, teaching them the religion, teaching them about so many things. And they don't understand it, but because of the respect of their parents, they accept it or they value it. But as the things happen, as they grow up and they have friends, they realize it's a totally different world out there than what they have been taught at home. And I think it's very important that children are not focused on only what their parents say or what they hear. They create their own mind. They are the Z generation is coming now, which is a digital generation, and they will create their own mind and their own values. Start. Next second.
Anabolic beats.
Ram is my buddy and I'm buddy of Ram. Ram will provide me with a lot of money. I will do the work of Ram and he'll give me a lot of money. Let's go together, make everybody happy.
Happy, happy, happy. If you're happy, meet Rama and his buddy. We will go around the world, make the world better. Happy, healthy, wealthy. Happy, happy, healthy, wealthy for Ram and his buddy. We are coming to your town.
Coming to your house, coming to your place, coming to your house. We will be there inside out, all over you. We deity, be very ready.
Ready, ready, ready for Ram and his buddy are coming to your towns. Me and Ram will help you change
the world to one, one world, one. We are one part.
Okay. Oh, well, okay. So let's continue fast because we have, I know some of you are leaving to the office in the afternoon, so we continue. Can I have Iman Umar join me, Constantina Biala, Salian de la Casa, and Jeanette Derbergaker? Join me. So, as we said this morning, we were talking about the bigger picture of thing, and even we had a few personal stories, but this particular session we are going to now is from the larger world. We go more focused into organization. What will the future of work look like with more balance of women and men? Is there such a thing as a more feminine organization? And so on and so forth. So, with me today here for this session, the noon session at this point, our ladies here will share in presentation format with some questions as well. And I would like to start with who should we start with? I think I had actually asked, I had asked Iman to start. Exactly. So, Iman Umar, she is a senior enterprise sales director at Etisalat here in Dubai. She has years and years of experience from the telecom industry. She also was in Vodafone before. She's a traveler and she's a mother of two. And I won't say more because I would like you to have the time. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, and thank you very much for inviting me. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Iman Omar. Thank you very much for the introduction. As you can probably hear from my accent, I'm British, but I'll give you a little bit on my background before we start. So I'm born to an Egyptian father and a Moroccan mother, born and brought up in central London, and lived there and worked there for many years until 7.5 years ago when I came to work for Etisalat in Abu Dhabi and then Dubai. So a little bit about me. I studied French and Business Management at university, so nothing really telco related. I honestly fell into telco kind of by accident. I think a lot of us must admit that's happened to us. And then a few years later, after working for Vodafone, I was blessed by being sponsored to do an executive MBA, which I'm very grateful for and which has helped me a lot in my career. Following that, I had 2 lovely children, continued my global career with Vodafone, and then moved to Etisalat Group 7.5 years ago to work with their digital function. I'm still working for Etisalat, But today, the brief that's been given to me is very much about the workplace of the future. I think I have the presentation here. Okay. So growing up, my role model was my mother. She's a very strong, smart, and driven woman. And you may wonder, why am I talking about my mother all of a sudden out of the blue? You'll see where this is going in the context of the answer to the workplace of the future. So what does it look like? Well, the first thing is the only constant is change in life. We all know that. The world is continuously evolving, but we know that the rate of change has been exponential in the more recent years because of technology. Digital transformation has made the rate of change in our daily lives and in our working lives very, very different. This little thing came along called COVID-19 last year, and this actually changed the workplace even faster than it had been changing. Today, I'm not going to be focusing on technology. I'm just going to be focusing on the workplace of the future. The workplace of the future, with the digital transformation that has happened, has enabled people to have diversity in the workplace. Not diversity men and women, not diversity in race, but diversity in where you work, diversity in which country you have a background from, diversity in the educational background and experience that you bring. For me, I find this wonderful. And for me, as a businesswoman who is very driven, very much like my mother, I'd like to take the diversity that's around me and use it not only for me to develop further, but to also help the younger generation develop themselves. So, without further ado, I'm going to tell you what I think diversity is. I know I've touched on it just now. Most importantly, it's the variety of individuals and points of view. That's where the strength comes in. But why is it so important? Is it just great to be fair, to tick a few boxes on paper? No. Diversity is important because it affects your top line, your bottom line, and innovation. And those are facts. I have a few facts here from Boston Consulting Group. I'm not going to go into them. The evidence is out there. Diversity gives positive results, both for the organization and for individuals. Now, I'm going to show you a picture of 3 lovely, inspirational women. What do they all have in common? Maybe if you look them up on LinkedIn, you'd see at some point in their career they were working at Vodafone. These 3 women, I personally chose to be my mentors from when I started my career in the year 2000. I informally approached them at different points in my career because I looked up to them. I felt they were strong, they were smart, and they had a lot that I could learn from. And I, at that very young age in my career, realized that mentorship, hence the link with the role model of my mother, mentorship is extremely important. So these women were all my mentors in the past. So, if mentorship is the answer, what does it really mean? Well, mentorship can be anything you want it to be. It can be informal, it can be formal. It can be advice on a specific business task. It could be advice on your career overall. It could be advice on your personal life. Whatever you want it to be, it can be, as long as the mentor and mentee are all very clear on what their role is. And they're all very trusting in the relationship that they have. Without trust, that relationship doesn't work. I learned from my mentors. They didn't stay my mentors forever, but I did learn from them, and they were relevant at those points in my life. As a result, I've been a proponent of mentorship here in the UAE, both on a personal level and a professional level. I'm very proud that I have 2 mentors today who I continuously learn from. Why do I have 2? One, I consult with more on a tactical level. The other one more on my overall career. But equally, I'm not going to continue just to take. So what I've done is I am actually mentor to 2 extremely brilliant women in my organization who want to capitalize on the experience that I have, but equally, I also continue to learn from them because they are the younger generation. They work differently, their expectations are different, and therefore the balance and the dynamic of working with them has continued to enrich me. So today, I'm not really going to speak much more. I'm just going to say the workforce of the future is diverse. Utilize it the way you want. It can affect the top and bottom line, but it can also affect you and your own personal career growth. But don't forget to pay it forward and give back to the community. And that's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I had that question. I was thinking, sometimes I've been observing women leaders and managers also in the way they deal with their team. And sometimes I notice that they also they're not always as authoritarian, but also it's almost like a style of mentorship that I've observed in many places. Like, in some way, a teacher of the younger ones, even in the way you run the team and you mentor. Do you think there is a kind of that mentorship is not only that formalized mentorship, but it could be the way you also take on junior people in your team in a more of a unstructured way?
It's a good question, and I think you're right. So a lot of my colleagues that work within my team today and in the past have joked with me and asked, have you ever thought about being a teacher? You know, because I'm very sort of into sharing knowledge between them, educating them, etc. Then I say to them, well, actually, my mother is a teacher. She's, you know, head of languages in a big school, so maybe I've taken something from there. But I'm also very mothering with my team, even though I'm not older than all of them. I'm very mothering and caring. So it's having that balance in an informal environment of trying to educate them, not because I'm better than them, but because I feel my point of view could enhance their experience. But at the same time, I'm very caring, very loving, and very soft with my team, I must say.
It's so interesting, this topic, because sometimes we talked about role models also earlier, and several mentioned their mother, and some even mentioned their grandmothers. And many women haven't always had the professional role models, or the first women that came along maybe had to pave the way with a certain style, and now we're saying find your style, which may be masculine or maybe more feminine. So it's very interesting, these things that you're sharing for us here, because what will the organization, what will the workplace look like if you really do it your way, and your way is what you were just mentioning. I was thinking about one more thing. What would the workplace for you in the future? So let's say there could be more COVID or other things, natural disasters, many different things can happen. High level of technology and more women and more intergenerational workplace. How do you see the workplace in a year or in 5 years from now?
I think that, well, hopefully, inshallah, there will be no more COVID soon. That's assuming it's there or not there. The change now has started. The exponential change has started, and it will continue. There are many organizations that now have a working policy where you can be at home 2 or 3 days a week and at the office 2 or 3 days a week. And even once the rules lifted a little bit here in Dubai, they still maintained those. And I see those patterns as staying. Working from home is something pretty common in Europe, but not pretty common in the Middle East. And I see some of those trends remaining. That also then brings that diversity and inclusion. Maybe people that couldn't work away from home before now are suddenly part of the workplace. So that diversity in itself does the enrichment. So I think that that will continue to evolve. And I think that the old way of looking at people that you hire, those that are older with the most experience must be the best, I think that's changing very quickly as well. And people are looking very much at the younger generation who work in completely different ways but can really, really enhance your organization. So I see that as being the biggest change in the coming year or two.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very
Wonderful.
much.
Okay, may I ask Sajan de la Casa to join us? She is Chief Identity Hacker at Gleeks, and she's also head of a growing leaders foundation that she founded herself. I know you're a total global citizen, lived in so many different countries, and here you are in Dubai. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much for having me. My presentation, I'm not sure if they can get it set up for me. Perfect. So we're going to spend the next 10 minutes speaking about the workplace of the future. And these images I have up for you, I hope you chuckle at them at the very end. I'm going to get into some statistics that might scare many of us when you hear them. So Dell Technologies has predicted that 85% of the jobs of 2030 have not yet been invented. So I want you to think about that, for you the person, for those of us who are well-educated in the room and all kinds of experience, and for those of us who might have children in the room and wondering the value of that university degree. Does it even have value when they graduate and you've spent all of that money on education? So, and you know, it's very real what I'm telling you. Think about the job of a contact tracer. Do you all know what that job is? Contact tracer came about during COVID. That's the people who go if someone has the disease and they check. Yeah. That job, did we know? Any of us ever heard about that job a year ago this time? Do you know that that job in April, there were 100,000 positions available for that job just in the United States alone? It pays between 18 to 37 US dollars an hour. That is more than someone with an engineering degree from IIT in India in their first tech job makes per hour. Software developer. Guess what is the skills required for that job? There's no degree for it. I actually designed the assessment for that particular job for a very well-known hospital brand here in the country. And it requires 3 human skills: curiosity, ability to learn, autonomy, you can work on your own, rule following. Guess who has all those skills in spades? Granny. Think about it. Think about who has these human skills in spades. That is an example when we often chuckle when I read out that statistic to people about 80% of jobs we don't know what they are. I just gave you an example of one live we just witnessed. If you Google right now contact tracer, you will see their positions available all over the world. And any of you in this room, does not matter what you have on your resume, where you graduated, and your skills, you can apply for that job. And if you have those human skills that I'm telling you about, you can probably get the job. And it does not matter how old you are. So let's talk about the workplace of the future. It's going to be human, guys. It's going to depend on, and when I say human skills, I am talking about creativity, collaboration, communication, judgment and decision-making, leadership, entrepreneurship, mindfulness, self-direction, motivation. Those are the things that are going to matter in the workplace of the future. It is proven, the World Bank, you could be making, everyone in this room, you can be making 30% more at a minimum than what you're making right now, just with better human skills. It is also proven, and these are studies by Harvard, Stanford, Carnegie Mellon, 85% of job success comes from human skills. It costs a company $4,200 per year, per employee, for not having communication skills. I mean, just think about 20 people in a company, $4,200 each employee, that adds up. Really, really quickly, it adds up. So the workplace of the future is human, and it's where I spend all my time obsessing. I will tell you a little bit about me shortly. I want to argue, if you look at the World Economic Forum, they just released 2 months ago the top 10 skills of 2025. 8 out of the 10 are human skills. On all of these lists that you see, you never see this one skill, and I want to call this the superpower, human skill. And I want to say that employers have it in spades, parents have it in spades, grandparents have it in spades, particularly when you're up to no good, and you get that feeling that somebody's up to no good. That is uniquely and beautifully human. That's our intuition. That's innate knowledge. It's not on a list yet, but I will argue here today that it should be on some list somewhere. This is where I spend my time. So I have a technology company. It's called Gleek. I can proudly tell you, and this is for all the women in the room, that we learn to wear our crown. I am one of 4% of women in the world that invented an algorithm that measures soft skills, and it's a patent I have. And I proudly share that because I worked really, really hard to get that, really hard. What does Gleek do and why human skills matter? So I work with many of the biggest corporates around the world. I go into companies and or into schools, and I look at what are the human skills required for every job. I know what they are current jobs, and I know what they are future jobs, and then I help you and your teams get upskilled in those skills. And I know Kristin proudly mentioned about Expo. I want to proudly mention that Gleek is the actual product of the Future is Human Pavilion of Expo. We will be upskilling all 25 million people coming to Dubai for Expo for the Future is Human. So yay for women in tech. This is somebody else's presentation, and my page is, oh, no, it's here. So this is the Udemy report. This just came out today, guys. Came out this morning. I added this to the presentation. Udemy's report of the top skills businesses invested in 2020. All human skills, guys. Productivity, so look at that. Time management, motivation, focus, mastery, self-discipline. So it's all related to productivity skills. Communication skills, this is, remember, the $4,200 per year per employee, gap, and mental health and wellness. If any of you, the entire report, you can go, you can look up my name, Salian de la Casa on LinkedIn. I posted the entire report on my wall, so you can have a look at it. So this is a big shift. This is a big shift from hard skills. If there's anyone from India here in the room, you know, yeah. So I just did a TEDx talk in India about how Satya Nadella of Microsoft, most people don't know, but he failed his IIT exam. And the thing that differentiates him, if you speak to anyone who knows Satya, is his empathy. That's why he's an innovative product. If you think Indra Nooyi, ex-president of PepsiCo, it's her communication ability. If you think of you know, anyone else in terms of the top of their Sundar Pichai, it's his diplomacy. So people who rise, it is not their hard functional skills. People who rise, women who rise, it is the human skills. And I will end on that note by saying, every single one of you in this room, we all arrive with these human skills. We just do not harness them in ourselves and in our children. When the world is predictable, hard skills matters. When the world is not predictable, the world we live in right now, human skills matters more. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. It's great to hear all these human skills that I think has been so important, and I know everybody in this room are having, and glad to know is just becoming more and more valuable. Thank you so much. Konstantina, I would like to hear from you now. Konstantina Viola is Greek, and she lives here in Dubai. I know she had a tour via Oman before she came here. And she's head of sales also at IBM, been at IBM for many, many years.
20, almost.
20 years, passionate about teams, about the world, about, she's a mother, she's a traveler, and yes, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Kristin, and hello to everyone.
It is a great honor for me to be here today because I can proudly say that 10 years ago, I could say that I was a WIN alumni. So when IBM was trying to help women to develop professionally and take leadership positions, among all the tools that IBM was applying was also to send few of us, lucky ones, into the WIN conference. So over there I met Kristin, and now I'm very honored to be here as a speaker to share my experience since then. The context for which I discussed with Kristin to share my view today is how companies should interact and how we should interact with the companies that we are choosing to be our employers. So if I can share my view, nowadays we have many choices. There are many types of companies. And as we heard before, some types of companies and business models have not been invented yet. So there will be more going forward. But if you think which are the two fundamental criteria and characteristics that companies should have, to my view are two. A company needs to have a clear purpose, and the company needs to have a clear strategy, yet flexible on how to achieve the purpose. And that is very important because we need to make conscious decisions. If you have many choices, you need to make sure that you will not make mistakes, or that you will eliminate your mistakes, or that you will try different flavors and variances for what is good for you. It is better that you do not try to experiment a lot outside of what you believe that you want. And I also believe that when you know the company's purpose and the company's strategy to achieve the purpose, then you can make your choice. And you can make your choice with clarity. And clarity is important, because when there is clarity, it means that you will not have a lot of surprises, but you will achieve at the same time what is the most important thing, and that is to be related. Because we need to feel related to what we are doing. To my personal view also, I was always looking for a company that would have an impact. Because I thought that working for a company that within the purpose and the vision, it is to have an impact in humanity, in or whatever form the company has chose, it would be good for me, because it means that indirectly this company has committed to transform, has committed to redefine itself, and that for me, going through this company and organization, it would mean that I would have many choices also to develop and discover myself. Now, does it mean that if you choose to work for a company that is not committing on making an impact to humanity is a bad thing? No. No. It is absolutely fine. Is it okay if you think that, or if you want, or if you choose for yourself to work for a company because of the money? No. It is fine. And as we said before, that is the best period in the recent years that you can be yourself. So the number one thing for me is to be truthful to yourself. Because we know where the economy is going, we know where the values are going, we know how the leaders are developing and who can be very successful. We have all these tools that have been presenting on which are the skills, etc. But at the end of the day, what it matters is to do something that matters to you. And in order to make the choice, you need to be truthful to yourself. Only that way you can have an impact. Only that way you can be consistent to who you are. Only that way you can attract people, and only that way you can lead effectively. The next thing that you need to do, to my view, judge less. Be more open. You know, not everybody is the same. I was born in Greece, and I was living in Greece until 10 years ago. My mother, when I was younger, did not want me even to go to a summer college in the UK because she would be away from me and she was afraid. But then you understand that the world is big and that by chance you were born in a place and in a country like my country, that is a small country, and the only thing you know is what you know.
but you do not know what you do not know. And you cannot stay with what you know when the world is changing. It is a tremendous opportunity. You need to go out there, and you need to be there, and you need to be part of this evolution. But in order to communicate effectively and reach your potential and also help others to reach their potential, if this is one of the impacts that you would like for you and for yourself, is that you do not need to judge. Do not feel that you need to judge. Everyone is different. And it does not matter whether you are traveling a lot or you have multinational friends, etc. You need always to have in mind that even within your own country, people are thinking differently for their own reasons that we do not need now to explain. So judge less and be open. Only if you are open to understand the other, where he's coming from, where she's coming from, why, etc. Only that way you can communicate and you can embrace the diversity. How else you can understand that the person next to you is different from you? And the last thing, but not least, it is something that unfortunately or fortunately I understood when I was older, so just 10 years ago, and I'm now 48, I have to say, if it can stay in that room, is that you need to be conscious on how you are implementing your leadership. You need to be conscious on how you are making your path and you are making your decisions. Because until 10 years ago, I was thinking that it is me. I am truthful to myself, so I can express myself the way I feel. And I was not very conscious on the way that I was expressing myself until the point that I went to, I will make a parenthesis outside of my thinking, of my script. So I was in an educational event, again with IBM. They were teaching, not teaching, we were having a kind of 3 days brainstorming with real customers. And we were, let's say, exercising our consulting skills. So we had in front of us the one person from BP Middle East, the CFO. We had from UK the CFO of the CEO of Procter & Gamble, and from France the CEO of Sony. So the same me, on the same case, when I was interacting with these 3 different people within the same content, I got 3 different reactions. The guy from Middle East, he said to me, Konstantina, honestly, I want to work with you, and please come and find me. The guy from UK said, Konstantina, I can work with you. You are amazing with numbers. To be honest, I have not understood all that you said, but I have the feeling that you know what you are saying. So most probably I will trust you. Please come and find me. The gentleman from France said to me, Konstantina, I am feeling uncomfortable even when you are coming close to me. I think you will tell me that I'm making mistakes. What is the thing that you are thinking? No, 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 you are wrong, etc. So you are too loud, too direct for me. Can you please stay away? I do not want to see you again. So with this example, I understood that you need to find a way, not to be diplomatic, but you need to find a way that you can express yourself. Always doing the right thing, but through a different way. And this does not mean that you are dishonest. On the contrary, it means that you care and that you are open, that you have understood, based on what we said before, what is the most effective way to communicate with others. And I have to say that I feel very lucky and proud that I have achieved this, because for me it was very difficult. Now, as I said, you need to be conscious. You are learning this also in very different ways, especially when you are coming from a small country like myself. And if you are leading teams internationally, it is even harder. I remember that 7 years ago, that is my short story, 7 years ago when I had my first international assignment, in a turbulence, because IBM was transforming. A lot of people were losing jobs, a lot of departments were consolidating, and I had my first international role as a manager for Europe. And I was the youngest among the team that I took over the responsibility. I was completely unknown to everyone. I was coming from a small country, and I was speaking to them with the accent that you are listening now. So they are so upset. Everyone from the big countries, everyone was very upset with me and with the decision. And people did not want even to talk to me. Although I know that there are few that they are watching now through Facebook or YouTube because they have asked me to share the links. So I did not know what to do, but I knew that I could do it. So I had the dilemma how to react, how you can lead a team of people that they do not want to listen to you. So what I did was that I did not put a pressure to anyone. I did not use my authority. I just had a personal discussion with each of them, a personal call, and I said, you know, give me 60 days, not 90. In IBM, when you are taking a new job, we used to say, behind the scenes, you have 90 days. In 90 days, you need to prove that you can do it. Otherwise, you will never be able to do it. So I told them, give me 60 days. And even after 60 days, you think that you still cannot work with me, I can promise you that I will help you to move jobs. In these 60 days, I worked harder than anyone. I was always I was always being myself, with a humor, with a good intention. But the thing that I believe that was fundamental on this, and I was not aware at the time of the impact, was that every decision that I was making, every move that I was making, I was always explaining my rationale behind. And this sharing of the thinking process, I can tell you that is fundamental if you want to build strong teams, and if you want to share, and if you want also to teach indirectly someone who does not want, without putting him or her into a position that you are teaching. So sharing is caring. Caring, not scaring. So I believe that was, so after 60 days, without asking, actually before the 60 days, without asking anyone, I could see the level of the engagement, that people were working harder, they were coming to me, they were asking me, what do you want me to do? Tell me this, etc. And then we became stronger. And as we grew at Excel, and I led this team for 6 happy years. So, and the moment that we were becoming stronger, then the question was how we can extrapolate, how we'll multiply our impact. And then we started to think, and I started to think that we need to start sharing now and bringing into the family all the supporting functions. So we started teaching others who were executing, because executing without knowing why you are executing and why you cannot relate only by following a process is nothing. Everyone can do it. So you need emotion. And in order to put emotion, you need to understand. And to understand, you need to know. And to know, it means that you have someone who would like to share with you in order to teach you. So this is what we did. And we have become very successful. And as Kristin said, that is my passion, to empower teams, to share. And whenever I see one of my team members, growing, I used to say to them that, maybe one day I will report to you, which will be fine, because I will be very proud. So, summarizing, so the company needs to have a purpose, the company needs to have a vision. You as a person, you need to relate. It is the best time to be yourself, because as we said, the skills even that the new jobs will be required have nothing to do with the certifications you have. It's the way you act and you think and you feel as a human. So I would like to thank you and for the opportunity also.
Thank you so much, Konstantina. I saw lovely what you mentioned also on purpose. If it's clarity, you said, so the organization needs to have clarity on its purpose to attract the right people whose purpose is aligned with that, right? And also this caring and sharing, or sharing is caring, or caring is sharing. It's linked also to the mentoring, the human skills, all the stories we have heard before here. So this is very, very appropriate. And thank you for sharing the whole process of how that came about and your success. And yeah, thank you so much. So, wow, this is so exciting. Jeanette, our next speaker, please, the floor is yours, all the way from Belgium.
All the way from Belgium.
Yeah, and she's head of a company called Cyrus.
Yes, exactly.
And you will just share some more. Yes. Yes. Yeah.
Okay. This morning, when I arrived, I had the pleasure to meet Miss Rekha. And she told me and inspired me in telling a bit more about my personal story to cover what we will have to cover here in this panel. So I agreed with her because it can maybe more also be inspirational for all of you. I have to admit, I have heard a lot of stories this morning, and I'm so thrilled because I'm so amazed people care about each other. It touches my heart. And there, I want you to see where my story started. As you know, we all have dreams. When I was 4 years old, and I have to tell you, I'm coming from a real poor family in Belgium. When I was 4 years old, I always dreamed of a Porsche. Because when I sat on the doorstep, I was living next to a very high road. And on this road, I always saw very beautiful Porsches. I know it's not the dream for telling someone that you want to change the world, but for me it was a Porsche. Because most Porsches were colored red. And I loved red at that moment. But at that moment, when I saw those Porsches passing by every day, I realized that that could make for me a huge opportunity. Because I understood in a certain way, even though my parents didn't study, my brothers and sisters didn't study, but at a very young age, I realized maybe if I study, I will have money enough to buy a Porsche. That was the link I was laying. At 4 years old, can you imagine? But what I also had at 4 years old is I felt a hand on my back, always, even though nobody was standing behind me. And I think in my family, I was the blessed one. I was the one in my family. Because all my sisters, all my brothers, they had to work when they were 14. And I always said to my mom and my dad, but do you know, I want to study. And to be honest, I'm not a good pupil. I was not a good pupil. I was like an average 7 or so. But I told my parents, I want to study. And every time, again and again, when I was 12, 18, changing the levels of school, I said to my parents, I want to continue. But my parents were poor, so I had to go to work and to study. But that was fine because I had the 2 parts of life. I was working, learning, and I was studying. At a certain moment, I was 25 when I had my master's degree. At a certain moment, I've met my partner. And he's a civil engineer, but an inspirational civil engineer. And why I'm saying this, I'm saying it for the next point. At a certain moment, I thought, okay, I will become a housewife, he will earn money enough, and I will be happy, maybe have children, and so on. But what I wanted him to do is making or having a big career and earning sufficient money, maybe to buy my Porsche. So I was pushing him towards a career path. But he's more like a kind of spiritual person, and he blends the two, like being ambitious, but also having the spiritual path for him. And at a certain moment in time, I was pushing so hard towards him, and he was telling me, "Look, you, who do you think you are?" And his finger was pointing like 1 millimeter from my nose. "Who do you think you are? If someone in this room wants to make a career, it will be you. Get out of the house, make a career, and do what you want to do." I have to tell you, this shook me up. I was all at a sudden like paralyzed, and I was saying, what is he saying? And that moment changed my life. I didn't want to play the second person in our household. He showed me that I have to do it myself. And so I became, let's say, a very good project manager. I'm self-employed, and what I'm doing is I'm bringing my dream, the realization of my dream, because meanwhile, of course, what do you think? I have a Porsche. But, thank you. But what is more important, I went through every stage of insecurity, of being not good enough, of everything, every negative feeling you may have when you are growing as a person. And thanks to what my partner said to me, and now I bring this towards my team members. I have worked in 42 countries. I can tell you I'm a good project leader, but I'm a good project leader because I bring passion. I tell them, go for your dreams. If you think you can become the director of this company, go for it. Believe in yourself. And I will guide you. I will go with you the path that we all have to go. So that's the way I want to contribute to the future office.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So I was thinking, you have also then, how do you get the passion out of the others?
Excuse me?
How, when you say you are a good and passionate project leader and so on.
Exactly.
And then it's about how do we ignite?
Well, you know, being passionate is being energetic and showing that you love life. Yeah. When I come into the office in the morning, I start always with singing. I'm not a good singer, but I start with singing. If I drink a coffee with the team members, I ask them, how did you kids do at school? Didn't you be too hard? What? And I immediately, if I meet new team members, immediately after like a half an hour, I know their dreams. I know their kids' names. I know everything about them, what their strengths are, what their minuses are, but I know it. And this is showing interest to people. Listen, but listen not to give an answer. Listen to understand and to give afterwards warmth.
Wonderful. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So, can I have the master slides again? The one from the very beginning. We have a little exercise at some point. But it's so what has come up here, I feel so much, is this thing of working with purpose, this mentoring and caring and sharing, and also you with this passionate. And we were talking about not judging, or at least catch yourself if you are to judge, because most of us sometimes do, you know. And so to listen with the interest of the person in front of you, to learn. I had to share with you, I started with meditation many years ago, and started to really this work on open the mind and catching my own thoughts. And you learn so much more. It's incredible. You just learn. So not judging another is not about the other, it's a lot more about you. And you know also, we can do kinesthetic tests. If you have your arms out and you try to press down, if you think a bad thought about yourself, you get weaker. If you think a bad thought about another, you also get weaker. So you think it's about the other, actually it's about yourself. So if you're not convinced about doing good for others, at least do it for yourself, because it will make you stronger. So then, we're gonna do, I want to involve you, I know you're hungry, but I want us to do a little something, which is this one. So, can you sit with the social, or let's call it the spatial distancing of other people? 3 people that you don't know so well. Okay, so you may have to move a table if you're sitting next to some friends of yours. So just want you to share who you are and one thing you do and one thing you're passionate about. And this afternoon, we're going to do more work in groups, also sharing our dreams and so on. But can we do that? We spend a few minutes before we go over to lunch. So swap table if you're sitting next to a friend of yours, okay? Promise me that. It's an order. I will be authoritarian. And we can do it here. Yeah? So I give you then 6, what time is it now? 6 minutes, okay? Okay, hello everybody. How is it going? Someone here said they were very, very hungry, so I guess you are too. So what we're going to do now is, you can continue to talk, but go and grab something to eat, because at 2 o'clock we have workshops here, so the room will be divided in two, and you have 2 different groups you can go to. Okay? So see you in one of the 2 groups in 25 minutes. So we have a little shorter lunch, but just enough to eat and so on. So see you soon. Thank you.
I'll come back later and pick you up. Just give me a call.
How was it?
Very good, well done.
I thought you'll maybe give me a thumbs up from far. This is my husband Tarek, this is Kristin.
How are you?
I thought you'd give me a thumbs up, like it
No,
was
I didn't
okay.
want to distract you, that's why, you know.
But was it okay?
No, it's terrible.
Oh, shut up. It was to the point, right? I'll speak to you later. My stuff is on the table, yeah? All right, see you. Well, I'm starving, so I'm looking forward to meeting others.
I mean, this is, I think, what we're experimenting almost, like how to have that inclusive and at the same time boundaries down, you know?
Yeah, absolutely.
Because it is possible. I think it comes from our standing like this as you do, and
From
you
the
have
guts.
more power there. Force and power, but it's not control, but it's like no.
Yeah, it's like humanity. It's the nurturing side.
So this is the way it's going to be.
Without having stereotypes, the reality is women are more nurturing. It's in our
And how can we then be like this? I mean, also the mother in the family, you have to say no to this. We have children. It's not good to
8 and 12.
Yeah, but 12 is getting soon teenager. You know, it's so hard. Not mine is
It's hard, yeah.
But this is also, I realized, oh my God, it's so good for leadership, even to have children, because you need to learn how to set boundaries.
How to control them. They're the most
And
difficult.
They're incontrollable, but you have to
Yeah, they're incontrollable.
And I wonder about that, because sometimes men say, come here, or do this, or don't do that, you know, and the kids listen. And then we as women say the same thing, and they don't listen.
And they don't listen, yeah.
So
That's why my husband has had to become the tougher one, even though
it's also
his personality is softer than mine in general, but he had to become tougher because for some reason they listen to him more.
I don't know, it's something with the voice maybe. But then again, we figure it out.
We'll work it out. Anyway, I'm looking forward to the
Hello,
afternoon.
Thank you
so
for
much.
being here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
How is it going?
Yes,
Because I'm like in and out, social media, guest list.
Thank you. No, it's good. Thank you so much. How is it going? Very fine.
Yeah. Just Mariam just shared a video and yeah, all been good. Just for the
1 second,
sorry, just for the division.
Yeah, how they do that? Get the hotel to start because it might take them some time.
Yeah, okay, we'll ask them how they do it. Yeah, all right.
And they have this new product that is magical, inner genius, of helping IBM employees figure out their personal traits and where they might fit in the world. But it's in the US.
No, it was actually it is the new generation of some tools that we had in the past.
Okay.
But I can tell you that 10 years ago when I first became a manager or something like this, you have this profiling.
Yeah.
Yourself,
Yeah.
then your manager,
Yeah.
360 degree,
Yeah,
etc.
yeah.
And then we all went to a learning center in Germany.
Okay.
And then the guy was leading this said, okay, they want to have dominant profile A, please over there. They want to have dominant profile B over there, C and D. It was fine,
Yeah.
based on our results. And then I found myself alone in one corner, other profile C. And it was embarrassing because more than 60% profile A, 37% profile B, and only my second question. And I said, look, make this mistake.
Yeah.
I love this. Maybe
Yeah.
the language,
Yeah.
maybe I do not know. And they said to me, because I said, no, stay over there. And I said, but is it possible that we are alone?
Yeah.
And he said, yes, it is fine, because everything is good, but this is the most dominant population of profile A.
Yeah.
The second most popular profile B.
Yeah.
But we want to start shifting towards C.
Yeah. Yeah.
And they said at that time that we have started the secret profile C when we have right with that position.
Okay.
Rise with the fast school.
Yeah.
But IBM took the rise with the fast
Yeah.
school.
So they
and they were more creative.
Yeah.
They were different outside of the box.
Yeah.
And then they started this profile. Now they're trying to see. I do not know if the
Yeah,
profile C is the
I don't
of course
know.
it's days now.
Literally, it's this so you can this is inner genius out of the US and it's learning and development and da da da.
Discovered through
This,
sample.
yeah,
They discovered, so many patterns.
yeah. People are patterns. People are patterns. And you can look at
No,
data.
we need to do something different.
Yeah, thank you for that. Now I'm so conscious of how do I make that shift and hold myself back from just reacting, but responding instead of reacting.
أنا الدكتورة مريم عبد. Test, test. Shakti.
If everyone could settle down and just come in a little closer. Because we have a timeline, we need to finish by then.
So would love to have you all with us. If you're not participating in the session, feel free to leave. If you are, come on in and join us. Yes, please go.
If everyone can move up in front, it will be perfect. Perfect. You got the little cards, all of you will get a little card with the practice. You got them?
Are you guys going to join us in the session? Oh, why not? Come and join us. Oh, shame.
What's she saying? Just don't let everyone come.
Clicker. No clicker. Is this group joining us? you have the clicker, Saima?
No.
No, stay there, please. Welcome, everybody. Welcome. If you are joining us, you are most welcome. If you're not participating in the session, feel free to continue your conversations outside. If you're up the back, feel free to come up as well. I'm subtle. I'm subtle. So, guys, welcome, and thank you so much for coming to WIN and joining us in today's session. First of all, I wanted to say congratulations to you for coming here. Well done. Congratulations for you for choosing this session. You're choosing to invest some time, something for yourself. We're talking about inner sustainability today. It's so important for us. I think already today people have heard about challenges that people are facing. They're only going to increase. What is so important in this day and age is that we can control and sustain ourselves. So in this session, we want to help you figure out how to build your energy, how to help you have more joy in your life, help you be more successful, which these things can, of course, help you to do. I think our guests are out. So my name is Georgia Watson. I work for IBM. I work in leadership and development. So what that means is in my day job, I work to make sure that the teams that I'm responsible for across Middle East and Africa have the skills that they need to perform in their jobs. So technical skills related to their jobs, but also personal skills that they have. Outside of my work, I'm a mother of 2 very active boys. I'm the founder of an NGO called Ekere Africa, which aims to get more girls into education in West Africa. I moved here to Dubai a couple of years ago when I'm a single mum. I also have this tendency to try and be a high achiever and always take on a lot of stuff. I think as women, this is very natural to us. And I've also found that that weight can really be a lot to carry along the way. I'm going to talk more about that shortly, but first, I'd love to introduce Sonia, yoga and Charya, 50 years young and the wisest woman that I know.
Hi, namaste everyone. Actually, Georgia and me decided to create this synergy because she's very much in the real world, and for me, I'm a bit of an idealist, and I think it's really important to create these synergies because if you were there in the morning session, they spoke about human skills, and a lot of it talks about mindfulness, meditation, all about sustainability of human skills. And I've been, a little bit about me, I have been in a corporate job for several years till I was working in a government job, and I kind of really felt that I wasn't doing what I was meant to do. So I let go of that, and I went into the path of yoga and meditation, and now I've been teaching yoga, meditation, and mindfulness practices, and a lot of practices to women to enable them to see the power within themselves, what we call the innate, the very powerful energy of Shakti within themselves. So that's what I've been doing for the last 13 years. And Georgia introduced me to WIN, and so I'm here. And I'm a mother of 2 boys, 24 and 21. And I'm going to be 50, so I feel that a lot of life wisdom comes when I speak, so I don't just talk from, like book knowledge. So there's a difference between your book knowledge. You can pick up that much of book knowledge. You can look at all the possible books, but practical what you learn comes from within you. And that's why we've given all the participants a little blue card. I hope all of you have the little blue card, because this is the little practice which we've given for all of you to continue to do every day, and a fridge magnet to put it on the fridge, so you can continue to do this every day. Go, Kristin.
Thank you very much, Sonia. So the workshop today is broken into 3 components. So first we'll talk a little bit about sustainability and what inner sustainability is. In the next part, Sonia is going to take you through an actual sustainability practice. This is going to include some movement and some breath work, but don't be afraid, it's suitable for all ages, all fitness levels, nothing too extreme at all. And then we're just going to have a look at do a quick exercise and put some plans in place moving forward, because as Sonia mentioned, we really do want this to have a positive impact for you and on your life. We don't want it just to be another session and you don't take anything away from it. So first of all, on your table, you'll see there's some sticky notes. Throughout the session, we're going to be using these just to capture some really key facts for yourself. So the first thing I'd like you to do is grab your sticky note, and on your first sticky note, just write, how were you feeling last year? 2020 was this huge year like nothing many of us had seen before. It was like a giant roller coaster. For many of us, there were huge ups, and there were also huge downs and huge challenges. So if you could just take 1 minute and now write down on your sticky note, what was one of the key feelings or emotions that you had throughout the past year?
Just repeat it. Repeat.
Okay. So for those who missed it, please, if you're on a sticky note, if you can just write down what your key emotion or feeling was on the roller coaster year that was 2020. Would anybody like to share? Yes, please. Sorry? Grateful. Yes, I think there was a whole heap of renewed gratitude, wasn't there, last year? Great, thank you. The same? Yeah, at the back? Love, amazing. Great. Stagnation, yes, this is a really common one. You know, I know in the workforce, so many people in my team, they're saying, oh, they're just this stuck, stagnant feeling. Is there another one? Meaning? Yeah. We all had new meaning, I think, to our life, or a new perspective anyway. Thank you. Does anybody else want to share? Yes? Sorry? Confused and lost. Yeah, it was a really challenging year in so many different ways. So much change, so many extra pressure and challenges, you know, added to people. So thank you all for sharing, and thanks for your honesty. Stick that on your table. We're going to come back to that. Great to hear there were some positive things as well as what I thought was going to be a room of all really challenging kind of statements. So kudos to you. So I wanted to just talk about sustainability quickly. So I think we all know what sustainability is, and here's one definition, and this is from the UN World Commission on Environment and Development, and they say sustainability and sustainable development meets the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. So this is one that's really commonly used, but when we think about sustainability, it's used in so many different ways. It's such a multifaceted term. So when I look further at definitions, what we often see and what is consistent within many sources is that a capability of a system to endure and maintain itself. And more often than not, we see this system in terms of politics, in terms of environment, in terms of policy, in terms of economic situations. What about us? What about us humans? We have to be able to sustain ourselves too, right? So this is something that we don't often focus on. And as many of us found in 2020, it was an exceptionally hard year. And it was easy to feel lost, to feel overwhelmed, to feel uncertain, to feel fear, all these kind of things. So we needed some kind of stability, some sustainability, inner stability to help us continue. So we're going to do a quick exercise before I move on. So in this exercise, a couple of quick steps. So first, I want you all to think of a leader you admire, a professional you admire, or it may be a kind of a top performer who you work with, who you really admire. You think there's something in them that's really special. And think about what quality it is, what ability it is that you think is the most special within them. And I want you to write that down on your sticky note. It doesn't need to be an essay, 1 word, 2 words, 3 words is fine. Once you've written that down, you can do that silently, individually, and once you've done that, I then want you to turn to your neighbor. If you're in a 3, that's fine, and just have a really quick discussion with them. How does that ability that you've identified, that skill or that attribute, how does that change when the person is placed in an uncertain, high stress or difficult situation. So we're just going to take 5 minutes to do that. So first, think of your person, think of what it is their skill or ability that you admire, and then discuss maybe with the person sitting beside you briefly. Okay, we'll just have one last minute, and then if people are interested, a couple of teams can share back. Okay, ladies, if your conversation is still going, perhaps you can continue it in the break. There's a break right after this. We've been told strictly that we need to stick to a schedule. So I hope you've all had the chance to write down a skill or ability onto a sticky. If you haven't, you can do that quickly now on your second sticky. Would anybody like to share back who their person was and what their skill or ability was and how it changed when they were put under pressure? Yes, please. amazing. Thanks for sharing. What a partner you have. Would anybody else like to share? Yes, please.
Okay. Hopefully everybody can hear me. So my name is Gabby. I'm from Canada. Unfortunately, I was stuck in Dubai by myself for 4 months. So as you can imagine, I was going through a lot of things. I actually moved to Dubai because I finished my 13 years of marriage. I got divorced. I quit my corporate job. I signed up to become a health coach. So I was like, oh, I come to Dubai. There's so many opportunities, you know, and Corona happens. I'm stuck for 4 months, all by myself. I didn't know a single person here. So also try not to get emotional. So what gets me through this, it was actually, I don't know if you guys heard about this Indian guy, he's a motivational speaker, Jay Shetty. Some of you heard of it, yeah. So I would literally watch his videos day in and day out for 4 months, every single day, starting with his breathing exercises, how to calm your mind, how to be at ease, how to find your passion, how to be yourself. So, and I just came out of it as like a completely new person. And the best part about it, I didn't need anybody. Like literally, like I was just on my own. I was like survived.
Great. So well done to you. That sounds like a really challenging situation.
So as I say, you probably follow him, most of you, and he's really good working under pressure because he's coming from India. He was a monk, then he was in UK, then he ended up in LA, and yeah, that's pretty much my story as well.
Great.
Thank
you for sharing
Thank
it.
you so
And what
much.
do you think it was that helped him do so well when he was under pressure?
About him or just in general, like what helped
it
me?
could be yourself or Jay Shetty.
Just meditation. I literally started doing meditation. I always believed that meditation is the way until I actually started doing it. I started with 5 minutes and I'm proudly can say I can do it for 1 hour now.
Wow, brilliant.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you so
this
much.
inward reflection, it's so powerful. And I think the reality is that someone who has these really strong skills, whether they're an amazing leader of a team, whether it's someone who can cry for 30 seconds and then just get back to it, or whatever these skills are, the really key part around sustainability is whatever that skill, that talent that you have, is being able to do it consistently, sustaining that ability no matter what. You don't have to be a great leader. You don't have to be leading IBM. You don't have to be a famous, professional athlete. You can be a mum at home. You can be running your business, doing your job. What is so important is that sustainability. You have to, whatever you're really good at, whatever your skills are, you have to be able to do that in all circumstances. And I think last year taught a lot of us that how important that is. You have to be able to carry on and continue to make the most of it. Think about, great leaders. Think about Roger Federer, the tennis player. 20 Grand Slams. He's the oldest player on the tour. Game points, match points. What do you think happens when, he's waiting for the serve? Does he fall to pieces and, that's it and he misses the shot? Sure, maybe it can happen sometimes. But most of the time he's focused, he's on the game, he's in tune with himself. He has that resilience that whatever the pressure is not going to impact him mentally or physically. And this is where we all need to get to, that whatever the pressure is, our thinking is not affected. Often when our emotions get high or we've had some kind of shock, I'm sure you've noticed the way you think about things, it actually changes. Physiologically, we see changes in our body. Stress accumulates, pressure, all these sicknesses that come associated with stress. One of my favorite leaders is a guy called Jim Whitehurst, and he's the president of IBM where I work. I don't know the guy, but I think he's fantastic. He's this ultra laid-back, cool, relaxed guy. Of course, he's a brilliant leader. He's done it for over 20 years. But whenever you see him, whatever position, wherever you see him talking, whatever is going on, he maintains that same demeanor. And it's not just a show. Like, that's actually him. You can see even when a really tough question is asked, he just thinks about it and then he responds. He doesn't change physically. You don't see the stress and nervousness coming. His thought is not impaired. And this is why it is so important. And of course, we have to then sustain that over time. So for me, I found myself in a lot of challenging situations in life. I've worked all over the place, and something that I have really struggled with is this mental load. I'm sure many of you in the room, you're familiar with this term, and you're dealing with it every day. There was a time, some time back, I was living and working in Nigeria. I was leading a big team, had a lot of responsibility in my job. I had two small babies, and was in a country where the security situation was really rapidly declining. So I said, right, time to move on. I've got to get out of here. For a year, I applied for jobs. For a year, I tried to find a way out of this country, while managing my family and my house and my job and everything else, and carrying this heavy load. It all came to a peak one evening. The security situation, as I mentioned, was really going down, and kidnapping had become a bit of a business. So I found myself in this extreme circumstance that is just so far removed from my life in Dubai at the moment. We had a tip-off, and I found myself sitting at the front of my house. My bedroom was on the second story, and the front gate was at the front. But around that, so we lived in a compound with high walls and razor wire around the top. I found myself sitting perched at that window, the window open, holding a shotgun out the window, watching as people tried to ram their way into our house. I held that gun, and God knows how, but I was calm, I was collected, and I told myself that if that gate budges 1 inch, those guys are going to lose their feet. I noticed a guy at the back of the car. From my peripheral vision, or something told me to kind of look away from the gate, and I looked and I moved like this. And of the 3 guys, there was one guy standing near the car. And he looked at me. He looked right at me. And he called out, he said, "Oh yeah, come," which means like, let's go. And they left, just like that. During that moment, I realized that I have to change something. This is crazy. This is not sustainable. My babies were sleeping upstairs. And so I took it upon myself. I thought, I really need to change this situation. I went to bed and I slept. I'm not sure how. It was like I was unusually calm, and I slept. And I woke up the next morning. I still went to my job. I did everything I had to do, but I changed my focus. I took on this very narrow, singular focus on everything that I was doing. This load that I was carrying was stopping me from doing any one thing in my life really brilliantly. You know, I was playing with the kids, but I was thinking about work. I was at work, but I was trying to figure out how to, get out of Nigeria, doing all these different things. And when I took on this singular focus, I tried mindfulness too. It was great, but for me it was quite temporary. And I did yoga, of course. But when I took on this focus and I cut out all that mind stuff, all that distracting stuff that was going on in my head, what I wasn't able to achieve in a year, in 2 months, 3 opportunities all at once came up. So 2 months later, bags were packed and we were on our way, and we came to Dubai. So it's an extreme kind of scenario that I know everybody doesn't face, but we all have these kind of pressures, and we are all spreading ourselves so far, it becomes hard to really focus in and do the thing that maybe is most important to us, to do it well. So for me, that was my success, getting out of Nigeria. And everyone's success looks different. And of course, not everyone's success is about work. It's not all about money. It might be about balance in your life. It might be about happiness. And since I've been in Dubai, I've been able to continue to build my success even through last year. And I think a big part of it was this ability to sustain myself with all the chaos going on. Teams falling apart, business not making their numbers, trying to homeschool kids who can't even get to sit in a seat. But career-wise, things went really well. And a big part of that was my inner stability. And this is something that Sonia has really been teaching me more about. When I was able to really actually tune in with myself, I've really been able to do so much more. Now, Sonia's going to spend a bit of time now to talk about some key things that you can do to build your inner stability and boost your resilience, whatever comes your way.
Okay, so I like to start off with a little song. So I'm going to do that. See? The greatest love of all is happening to me. Learning to love yourself is the greatest love of all. That is the truth. So first, we need to learn how to love ourselves. All the practices that you're going to do and the little card that I've given you, the little blue card, they're the simplest of practices. That's why, like what I said, you can get all the knowledge in books. But to get something in practice, it's like when we were small kids, we go to a science lab and then we look and we say, you know what, I want to see how, the acid mixes and how the color changes and copper sulfate blue. Wow, exciting, wow, wow, wow. So when we actually see in that happening in real is when we actually connect to it. Okay, so I'm a complete practice person, and I always believe that each of you is a healer. One of my students just sent me a beautiful message today, and she said that you taught me that I don't have to run around from teacher to teacher seeking how to heal myself. The healer is within you. The woman has that innate power, that potential. You can just change the slide. To be able to change that quality within her. If you look at this slide, it's very simple. Because I don't like giving too many slides, I like making people do stuff so that they kind of feel. So what we're going to do is, since everybody's been sitting for a long time listening to different people talk, you're just going to sit in this position with your legs apart. If you're wearing very high heels, you can remove them so you're more connected to the ground energy. So you just sit like this. I'm sure all of you have seen how a dog wags its tail. Have you seen how a guy running walking a 20-kilometer Olympic race? Has anyone seen that? You know, what do? They shake and they say, what the heck walking is that? But that is when they're walking, they're using the root chakra. I'm sure a lot of you know about chakras and chakra healing. See, there are all these things. They're very esoteric practices and they do happen. This simple practice that you're going to do, what is the dog doing? What is the animal doing? He's moving the energy from his Muladhara chakra, root chakra, to his head. And they have an innate way of learning how to heal themselves. So for me, I've not just studied the yoga philosophy, I've also studied the Taoist philosophy. So the East gave the West a lot of wisdom. So there was Taoism, which was the Taoist monks. And then in yoga, you had the yogis. So all the synergy of all these thousands of years of practice, I started understanding the synergy between the two. So what you're going to do here is simple practices and you'll understand this simple, powerful synergy. So here you sit with your legs apart. Okay, just like the tail of a dog, you're going to start moving yourself. Keep your hands, I'm like a little low, but you guys will be kind of high. So place your hands on your knee so you feel your own warm energy on your knee. Close your eyes and subtly move from the base of your spine. Can you put the music, please? The chant of Metta. So you move from the base of just squiggling your root, your little tail. So the movement begins to slowly move up through your energy centers. Smiling. Breathe out. There's a candle in front, you can blow it into the fire. Just gently move your body. And the energy moving slowly to your head, the movement. So you're moving the energy in the brain, from the base to the top. Keep smiling, releasing tiredness, heaviness, pain, emotion, anything that's stuck. Just breathe it out. Just move from the root. Smiling. Those of you who love dogs, visualize. From base to top. Smiling. And then stop. Take your hands, place them on your heart center. Feel the rhythm of your heart. Just move your body subtly side to side. remember a woman is a being of flow. Subtle movement side to side. Smiling. And take that energy, place it on your face. Take a deep breath in. Divine Masters, creators of the universe, gods, goddesses, angels and archangels, all the powerful masters in the heaven above, guide us and allow us to absorb the wisdom of this practice. Om peace, peace, peace. Rub your hands together, massage the face. Open your eyes, smiling, look at your hands. Namaste. So, if you look here, what you did, the simple exercise, so I've called it like the dragon tail. So you keep shaking. If it's very difficult to do it sitting, you can also do it standing, like, like a dog. This way, okay? Whichever you feel more comfortable. This is a very powerful Qigong practice, okay? So what you're doing is you're moving, if you see this, from the base, the pink, these are your chakras. Your chakras are good. If somebody comes and tells you your heart chakra is blocked, your root chakra is blocked, it is a chakra is a wheel. It's an energy vortex. It's not going to be static. It's going to keep changing. If you go and check the tire pressure every day, it's going to keep changing. So also is a chakra. So if someone tells you your chakra is blocked, what happens immediately? You get scared. Oh God, my chakra is blocked. Nothing. Your chakra will change. It will keep changing. If today my heart is blocked, tomorrow my sex chakra may be blocked or my root chakra may be blocked. We don't know. So these chakras keep moving. The energy keeps moving based on the vital energy within you. So if you look at this, the Sushumna is the center channel. So this is the yogic way. The Taoists believed that your central canal was your channel of trust. This is where your law of attraction comes in. Okay, so when you trust the universe will give to you the right teachers, the right practices, the right jobs, allow you to go in the path that is destined for you. So that's your central canal. So what is it? You can say it's inside your spinal cord. You can keep moving. If you're comfortable with the moving, keep moving. Because I always tell women are beings like water. We are water. So anything static, sitting like this, we get it disturbs the heart because we work from heart, emotion. Women are more emotional beings. So the right side of your body, what they say the blue canal in the Taoists, in the yoga we call it the Shiva or the sun energy, masculine. And the other side is they call it the red channel, we call it the moon. Okay, that's why they say when you do full moon meditation, it's very powerful. Because why? Women are moon energy, more cooling. Okay, they gave us these compartments. Woman is supposed to be like this, man is supposed to be. No. Within all of us, man and woman exist. I'm sure a lot of you know the masculine and the feminine exists within all of us. So, however you channel your energy, you become more like if you do too much of weights and too much of gym, you'll notice that you're beginning to look more masculine. Even your thought forms begin to change. I don't know if you've noticed this, friends of yours become really, yeah, let's go. But the essence of women is softness. You don't have to be, you can be, I'm really strong within. But when people look at me, they think I'm like really soft and like my kids try to bulldoze me. But I'm like, they know that your power comes from where? Where is the source of power for a woman? Yeah, in the womb area. Okay? So, what is a woman? What do you think you are? Like, let's put it in the flowers. Okay. So she knows her this thing. Okay. So a woman is the womb area is like a lotus. Like sometimes when I tell women this is a practice, they say, "Oh my God, you're telling me things which I never knew existed." Why? The womb is like a lotus, like the petals of a lotus is inside the womb. What happens to women because of the society pressure, because of fear, because of the inability to be themselves, they begin to shut. That's why today if you see young kids with PCOD and all these problems, Because, and women infertility. Why? Because all the petals are beginning to close. They've left the base. What is their base? The base source is power. So I always give this explanation. It's a Vedantic explanation. It's called Padmapatra Nyaya. So the lotus analogy. A woman is like a lotus. What does the lotus live in? Muck, dirty water. If those of you have not seen a lotus, lotus lives in the filthiest. You'll be wondering this dirty lake sometimes in India when we drive. Wow, you forget about the lake. You're only looking at the lotuses, the whole road. Wow, you want to stop your car and smell. Such beautiful smell, bees everywhere. A woman is like that. So never forget your innate quality. In all the, like I've been listening to all these talks in the morning, whatever happens, sometimes we get, do we have to prove this? Do we have to prove this? We get afraid. But in all the muck below us, the dirt, the mire, the slime, everything, lotus is unbothered. She is just connected with the, again, the trust channel, what the Taoists call the trust channel. We're just connected with the universe. That's why I always tell women, go to the beach, be in the sun. Don't keep putting sun protection. Be in the sun. Do things, you know, even in the full moon, just cover yourself with a thin cloth. Be comfortable in your, without any, in your nude state also. Today women there's so much of pressure on women to not be what they originally were. But the minute you come back to your source and grab your power and say, I am the lotus. Whether I have a small hip or tiny breasts or big, it doesn't matter. I am beautiful. You come back because beauty is beyond the skin deep. You know, one day in Instagram, I did this exercise. They have a filter on Instagram with purple hair. I got so many messages, some 30 messages. Wow, you're so cool. Wow, cool, wow, and all. Actually, I hadn't done it. Okay, so I just kept quiet. After some time, I said it's a filter. What is that filter? That filter is Maya. That filter is illusion. Because we're in the illusion of this world, we see these props and you see these, you know, people like Kim Kardashian and all, you know, women begin to look up to them and think that they're only beautiful if they're like that. It is just illusion. You're just so beautiful in your innate self. So imagine yourself like a lotus. Always like a lotus. I'm sure all of you know the chakras and you know how the energy moves. So just now what you did, the dragon tail is moving the energy through the chakras. Now the second guy, okay, which you see ABCD, those are the energy tubes. So that's why when we're doing the practice, I've been teaching children for years, so I always teach in the babiest of language so people can understand. This is your energy tubes. So when you're doing even the practice which I've given you, more than just doing, you know, you see people doing all these fancy poses and people say, I can't do yoga, you know, I'm not flexible. It's not about the flexible. If you're going to a yoga class and they don't teach you how to breathe, you're not learning anything. Because in your breathing comes the activation of these energy tubes. These energy tubes connect into those all those color vortexes which are your chakras. So whenever you're doing the little exercises which I've given you, they're all with breathing. That's why we've put it small. Inhale, exhale. Inhale, exhale. So we've done it like that. When your energy tubes begin to clean out, automatically your energy begins to flow. You should always feel. One of the keys to feeling your beauty and feeling that your feminine energy is moving very well is you should feel a warm energy over here. If you don't feel that warm energy, like for me now, whatever, perimenopausal, you know, that period of my life, and I realize the minute I fight with it, what is this, what's going on, no ways and all, it gives you more trauma. So the more you say, I am still so beautiful, I am still so wonderful, and you keep moving your energy here and feel that as you can do that. You can keep your hand on the lotus energy and just move your hand, feeling the chant of metta. It's a beautiful Buddhist chant. Compassion, love, kindness, sweetness. Relax. Breathe out if you feel heaviness. Relax the muscle. Relax it. Then slowly take that energy to your face, place it on your face. Take a deep breath in through your mouth and exhale it into your hands. Rub your hands. Massage your face. Open your eyes, look at your hands. These are all simple practices of connecting to your power, to your own self. Okay, now if you see the Kung Fu Panda, the movie, I don't know how many of you have watched the Kung Fu Panda. Yeah. Okay, and it's like in yoga school, they used to keep showing it to us. I just wonder why. But now I understand, he had one thing which he loved, which was food. Okay, so when they keep taking away the food from him, he comes back to his source. So sometimes when we're pushed, like what she said, we are pushed and whatever, nothing's happening for us. We go into depression. For me also, I fought years of depression. And I realized that the power came from meditation, movement. You need to keep, a woman's body is meant to move. If you become static, you'll feel sick. Like, not move, I'm not saying like keep jumping and doing these things. Simple things like what I've given you, hands up and down. Let's say you're at work, ankle stretching, breathing. These simple practices, when you do, you move the energy in the body. So everyone's getting ready now. Now, I don't want to, just show the chi and, So if you see that the ball in his hand is the yin and the yang, okay? So what we're going to do in one of the little practices on the card, it says, drawing your navel in, okay? So what you're going to do is, I know all of you have eaten, I don't want you to do it too forcefully. Just place your hand on your navel, separate the legs, just like what you were doing in the, because here you have your groin and you have your lymph nodes which run. So this place has to be free, it has to be open, because it's the first place where toxins, thought forms, memories collect over in the groin. So you place your hand on your navel. It may be a little difficult for some people. Inhale, try to balloon your stomach out. Exhale, pull your navel deep in. Now hold the navel energy in. Hold the navel energy in. Hold the navel energy in. Hold it and then exhale, relax it. Just keep your hands on your navel, feeling like a golden light. When you do it alone, when you're at home, it will be easier. Feeling the rays of golden light radiating into your entire being. Now gently cover your face. Open your eyes, look at your hands. Okay, we go to the next one. Is somebody talking here? On a phone? No. Okay, so the last practice that I've given you on the card, because it's important, because there are some people who are very energetically quick. They pick up and then it disturbs, the energy when someone else is talking. There is a man over there, and if you can see, he's smiling at his internal organs. This is a very important practice in today's day and age because it helps to increase your own immunity, okay? All our organs are tired, okay? So this is a Taoist practice, it's called the inner smile. So when you're doing, this is for your soul. All of us have toxicity in us, whether it's anger, fear, hatred, we've all been like either we've been dumped, marriages, children being whatever, everything, abuse, all these things. So whenever you do this inner smile, you're going to smile at each of these organs. Now there is I've given also there a sequence of the smiling. Okay, you start off where? At the heart. Okay, because the heart, the minute your heart stops, you're gone. Okay, but of course now technology has become so good that they can make you come back. So even if you want to die, they keep, even if your soul is gone, they pull you back, live. So that's the problem, you know. So you keep your hands, the heart has got fire, like heart fire, what we call. So you put your hand on your heart. If you want to make a note, you breathe out of your mouth. You've got 5 minutes, we'll do that, okay? Keep your feet apart. Or if you're comfortable, you can cross it and interlock your fingers as well. So whenever I tell you to go to a particular organ, you look at this organ so that you know exactly how to do it on your own. First, take a deep breath in and exhale. We're going to start with a little bit of breathing. Take your right hand thumb, close your right nostril, breathe in through your left nostril, breathe out through the right nostril, breathe in through the right nostril, breathe out through the left, breathe in through your left, just let go. Breathe out through your right, breathe in through the right, breathe out through your left, breathe in through your left, very relaxed, don't fight. Breathe out through your right, breathe in through your right, breathe out through your left, breathe in through your left, breathe out through your right, breathe in through your right, breathe out through your left, and release your hand. You can interlock your hands. Place your hands gently now on your heart center, smiling at your heart center. Take a deep breath in, and when you exhale, you make the heart sound. I release all heaviness from my heart. And smile at your heart center. Forgive, forget, let go. You can move gently as you're doing it. You don't need to sit static. Now shift your hands to the left side stomach area. Keep moving body slowly. Inhale deeply and exhale whoo breathing, W-H-O-O. Smile at your spleen, your stomach. Forgive, forget, let go. Now gently take your hands to your lungs. You inhale deeply in your lung. When you exhale, you make the lung sound, S sound. Release all heaviness. Surrender it to the divine. Wash and rinse. Smile at your lungs. Forgive, forget, let go. Release all your fear, your consciousness. Now slowly take your hands to your water energy, your kidneys behind you, just below the rib cage at the back. Smile at your kidneys. Blue light. Kidney sound is choo, C-H-O-O. Inhale deeply. Exhale, choo. Smile, forgive, forget, let go. Don't hold on anything in the kidney. Slowly move your hand to the right side of your stomach, to your beautiful liver. Inhale deeply. When you exhale, you make SH sound. Feel a green light in your liver, like a forest growing inside your liver. Smile, release anger. Forgive, forget, let go. Bring your hands back to your heart. Feeling all these beautiful energies come together, blending into love, kindness, joy, and compassion. Gently cover your face. Open your eyes, look at your hand. If you see, we all hold the toxicity in our organs. So if you want to clean the soul, you need to release the toxicity from the organs. You can actually feel when you're angry or when you're pissed off with someone, like especially in love, where do you feel it? Immediately in your heart, it closes in. Or when you're really pissed off with someone, sometimes you feel it your stomach pain and then you get gas and all these. But women usually feel it in the chest. They get palpitation, because our energy is love energy. We work from the heart. So never shut your love energy, because when you're full of love, you will attract abundance to yourself without fail. Okay? So this is what we've put together for you all. This forgive, forget, let go, the affirmation, it really helped me, because I didn't realize sometimes we even have these things towards our own mothers. We don't realize it. Anger at them, irritation at them. Is everyone okay? All those who practice, okay? Good. Nobody's feeling turbulence? Can you please just drink a little water, please? A little water. Yeah. We haven't just done the exercises. If you can just stand up for a few minutes, since I didn't want to do it because we've just eaten. So the exercises that are on the card are very simple. You interlock your hands close to your heart. It's 8 times ankle stretching breathing. No, we've done ankle stretching 10. Inhale deeply, go up. On the toe, exhale down. You're pumping energy from your calf muscle up. Inhale deeply up. Exhale down. You can breathe strong. Inhale deeply up. Exhale down. We're doing only 5 today. Inhale 4. Exhale down. Inhale up. Breathing through your nose. Exhale down. Inhale up. Exhale down. Side stretching breathing. We spoke about the Ida and the Pingla. The energy tubes go through your nose. That's why in yoga we breathe through the nose. Feet apart, hip distance. Okay, side stretching breathing. Breathe out through the nose. Go to the right. Breathe in center. Smiling, breathe out left. Feel your internal organs. Breathe in center. Breathe out right. Breathe in center. Breathe out left. If you feel any heaviness, just breathe it out of your mouth. Last set. Breathe out to the right. Breathe in center. Breathe out left. Breathe in center. Release. The last one which you have to learn. Hands up and down. Inhale gently. If you see the toxicity, your lymph nodes have a lot of your toxins. So we're going to release it. So here and here. So this practice, just remember this. Inhale gently, arch back. Exhale, slowly come down. Pull your navel in. Rotate your arms, take them up. Inhale, arch back. We're just doing it 5 times. Open your heart. Exhale, pull your navel in, come down. Inhale, deeply arch back. Smiling, look at the heavens. Exhale, pull your navel in, look at the earth. Inhale, deeply up, heaven energy. Exhale, down, earth energy. Last one. Inhale, open, heaven. Exhale, down, earth. Now inhale, hands up. Exhale, back to your heart. Rub your hands. Massage your face. Open your eyes, look at your hands. Namaste all. Hari Om.
Thank you, Sonia. So I hope everyone is feeling very shanty and peaceful and nice. Let's write it down on a sticky, however you're feeling right now. Just write it down for yourself.
Keep drinking a little bit of water. Little sips.
And the reason I want you to write this down is so you remember, we all get back to our busy lives so easily. Sure, you'll take the card home, but will you remember to do it? Write this down for yourself. And I want you to make it part of a commitment to yourself. Then maybe you will do something for yourself, 5 minutes a day, once a week, a couple of times a day.
Yeah, you can do this practice even twice a day. What the little...
So once you've written that down, I want you to grab a... Well, first let me ask, does anybody want to share how they're feeling? Busy writing.
Yeah, you can say. Yeah. You forgot to be sacredly selfish, to take care of you. And if you feel any emotion after this, please let it go. If you feel like crying, if you feel like going to the bathroom, just go. Because some people feel very fast when they do these practices. Simple practices are very powerful.
So I want to ask you now too, to get 2 more stickies for yourself and ask yourself, what of these things are you going to commit to doing for yourself, of these exercises? Is it twice a day? Is it once a day? Write a little commitment for yourself on what you're going to do more of this sacred selfishness. This is one of my big lessons from Sonia personally. Making time to do the things that really help you and build that inner stability, inner sustainability for yourself. So if you've done that, you should have 5 stickies in front of you. Is everyone done? Or should I pause for a moment? So now you should all have 5 stickies. So look back at your first sticky, the first one you wrote down. If it's something that you want to tear up and throw away, feel free to do that. Something like gratitude or love, maybe you want to hold on to, feel free to keep it. Your second sticky should be some kind of quality that you admired in someone else and how there is something they were probably also able to sustain through any kind of circumstance. So do you have that quality too? Often we admire things in other people that we have within ourselves or we're capable of doing ourselves. So think about that. Think about what you wrote down, how you were just feeling now. How is that different from last year? What needs to change for you so you can get more of this, do more of this for yourself? And what's your commitment to do that? So if you'd like, you're welcome to keep these stickies. If you feel comfortable to do that, you could come and put your stickies up here. How you're feeling in 2020 and how you're feeling now. The other thing that would also be helpful for us as we continue to run these sessions for different groups is what worked well in the session for you and what could make it even better. So were there any questions before we close? So thank you. Thank you for being here. Please feel free to reach out to Sonia or myself or connect with the Inner Stability Group for Women, which we have just set up a Facebook group. So feel free to tune in there. We'll be continuing to keep that updated and hopefully help you to stay on track. So thank you very much.
StreeShakti.com.
So are we ready? Pretty ready? Good. Can we look if everybody outside is coming inside? Wow. So how has your day been? You had a good day? Yeah? I'm very happy, and I'm also learning that a lot of people are watching us online. So if you haven't shared yet, please share it. We are on, how can people get the links, Tatiana? Maybe, I know that one place it's shared is on the Facebook of WIN conference. So you can, if you go there, you can share it from there. And Tatiana, you have a link? On YouTube. Or directly YouTube you can find also, and you can share it. So people are enjoying in Oslo, in Delhi, in Calcutta, in Mumbai, and in Switzerland, I learned, and maybe other places too. So please share widely. And also on that note, let's like each other also on LinkedIn, on Facebook, on Twitter. I recently had a conversation with a lady from Wikipedia. And Wikipedia have a lot more men than women on their pages. And in particularly many countries, women are actually kicked out of Wikipedia. So we started this conversation saying, let's help like each other. And let's make women's Wikipedia pages, women's Instagram, and women's everything more liked. And let's make sure we write uplifting comments. And this type of things. Anyway, we're coming to our next session, and I'm looking out in the room, and I want to make sure everybody's inside. Tatiana, is everybody inside? I think there are some people outside. I saw them. Let's get them in, because you see here at the WIN and GCF WIN, we like things to be, it's so nice when people are part of everything, not coming in and out and in, because then you lose out of so much. So it's so nice when we are part of the whole thing together, holding the energy for the speakers and having the speakers be with you. So let's give it one more minute and then we can start. So some of you are new. I saw a couple of faces that I didn't see this morning. So welcome to those that are, the microphone. Welcome to those of you that are new. And please fill in here. We talk to each other, we network, we do what we can to stay together. And this is the first time GCF and WIN does something together in Dubai. We have done things, as WIN, we have done things around the world, also in Dubai and in Abu Dhabi in the past. This is the first time we go together, and we are preparing ourselves to go to New York in 2022, which is really important. So we hope to have all of you part of that, yeah. Okay, I don't see Tatiana. Were there more people outside? No, okay, they will come when they come. There was someone who volunteered she wants to give us a gift. BETTINA.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Bettina. And Bettina, you want to say something about yourself? I know a little bit about you, but...
Thank you so much. I was just inspired sitting in the back because we were actually talking about that I might sing today. And then it didn't happen for several reasons, and I was like, no, I'm just going to come and join. But since I just had a wonderful workshop and I saw all these beautiful ladies, sorry, also some men, of course, in the audience, who all shared their beautiful stories and very encouraging words, I was like inspired to share a little bit because as my new friend Maya, during lunch, she was actually the one, she said, oh no, you should sing because, you know, singing is such a gift. The human voice, it's so pure. And it's the biggest gift that you could give us today to sing a little bit because it's a sign of courage and strength and love and all in one thing in singing. So I just want to also encourage people to sing maybe a little bit more, even you think you have no voice or you sing awful. Doesn't matter, just sing a little bit every day because it's a beautiful thing to share with people and especially for yourself to open your heart. And in my case, when I sing, I open my heart and I give somehow through God or through the universe to you. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
And thank you, Kristin, because it's a wonderful event that you put together.
Thank you so much. And Bettina is from Vienna, from Austria. She's one of the top opera singers in the world and has trained for years and years and years, as we could hear. So thank you. It's a great honor that you took this initiative and joined us with your particular gift of beauty to us. And we have other ladies with other gifts here today. They may know how to sing, I don't know, but we will hear their stories. So if I can get Samar, Shazia, Mariam, and F. Man up on stage, that would be great. So we will hear from them too. So it's so many different gifts, you know. We have heard earlier today, come join, come and sit, I'm just talking. So we have the best of the quality of opera. We have business ladies, entrepreneurs, political activists, wellness, it's yoga instructors, so many different talents and so many different women. And we are all here to celebrate each other and to learn and share and grow as we evolve from Dubai today around the world. Because one of the things that I've noticed many times in other gatherings is that when we here today are learning and breaking through with maybe some beliefs we may have, with thoughts we have, and if we change right here, the thing is we change for so many others that are not present here today at the same time. So that is the magic of our coming together as well. So, wow. So this afternoon we will have more of a conversation style. Although I will, of course, want to hear a bit into depth with some of your projects. And perhaps I can start with Dr. Mariam Ketat, who is to your very right and my very left. And you are from the Emirates. You are from Dubai. And I know you're a medical doctor, you're a wellness practitioner, you are an entrepreneur as well. And would you like to start sharing some of your story? And then we will hear from all these super ladies here.
Sure. Thank you so much, Kristin. Thanks, everyone. It's a pleasure to be connecting with everyone here and just to meet all those beautiful and amazing women changing the world. My journey started with healthcare, and I started as a family doctor, a family practitioner. I worked with the government and healthcare and creating solutions when it comes to well-being. And then as my journey progressed, as I started learning more about myself, and as you know, I'm sure each one of you here also went through their own journey. So it was very connected to where I am, how I feel, and what's coming up next. What else do I need to share with the world? So it developed into the well-being practice, and now furniture and designing solutions for spaces and for people who kind of need to feel that sense of inclusion through space, through sound, through just energy.
Wow, thank you.
You're welcome.
That's, I mean, it's so wide what you're doing. And this is also something we mentioned a little bit this morning of being a Renaissance woman, that not put any limits. If you want to go from medicine to furniture design, why not, right? And Samar, you are another amazing lady. She's the founder and CEO of an organization called She's Arab, and Palestinian, grew up in Egypt, living here in Dubai. Please share some of your story and what you're doing now.
Sure. First of all, thank you so much for the opportunity to be here with you today. And thank you everyone for making it. I mean, I know we've all probably had last-minute thoughts because of COVID-19, but I'm so happy to see so many faces this afternoon. Well, as you rightly said, I'm Palestinian, grew up in Egypt. I'm part of a family business, so my family are all entrepreneurs, and you know, the natural sort of evolution of females in my family is just to join the family business and to, you know, continue. Obviously, as a child, I grew up working with my parents and so on, which exposed me to so much, you know, sales, marketing, packaging, you name it. And I think I'm absolutely privileged to have gone through this experience. But I decided to break the mold. I decided to change, to take a different path, to take the road less traveled, as Robert Frost would say. And I took up a career in international development. I worked with several international organizations, which obviously allowed me to travel a lot across the region and globally. It exposed me to a lot of you know, economic and developmental challenges that we face in this region and elsewhere. And it also exposed me to challenges that we as women faced, you know, the stereotypes that I was faced with, or the biases and so on. And this made me, you know, come to the realization that my family were actually as amazing as they were. I was part of a very patriarchal structure, if you will, and I really would like to work on changing that. And this is really why She is Arab has come to being. We have a vision for more Arab women to be represented in the global economy. And we will hopefully drive this forward as we go along. That's me.
Yeah, we will ask you more what you were thinking, but that's so amazing, this breaking through. And our next speaker is Shazia Ilmi from India. She's an activist, a politician. She has done amazing things. And I know one of the things you've also been very active in is the anti-corruption movement. And you have worked to get new legislation in India, particularly for the Muslim community and the divorced women. Please share some of your projects, please, with us.
Thank you so much, Kristin, for that kind introduction. And it's great to be here amongst all of you, sharing our stories and realizing that we all have the same vision for tomorrow for each one of us, for the larger sisterhood, so to speak. And when we talk about sisterhood, obviously it's we want to include men and women. They are both part of the same picture. So it is not men versus women, or but it's like all of us together, men and women, trying to fight patriarchy. Yes, in my struggle, in the last one was in working on a historic piece of legislation in India, whereby we tried to change the laws, the existing personal law for women. And though this law was not really codified or is part of the constitution, but it is a common practice amongst the Muslims in India. And when I say Indian Muslims, we're talking about the second highest Muslim population in the world. There are more Muslims in India than there are in all of the Arab world. So I want all of you to know that and get an idea of what a big population we're talking about, or huge numbers. So, and how much this law impacts the real minority within the minority religion of India, which is Islam, and how many more Muslim women it impacts. So there was this practice of talaq-e biddat, whereby a man could just abandon his wife, by the mere utterance, oral utterance of the words, I divorce thee. And it often, created a very miserable situation for the women where they would be abandoned dishonorably and wouldn't know where to go with their children. And it bore the stamp of religion. And it took us a whole lot of activists and some of us to go out there, fight the clerics and the naysayers and all the patriarchs put together, including which there were many women, to fight that. So I really feel we've come a long way and the law was passed. And it's really a new dawn now for the Muslim women of India. Because the sword that keeps hanging over the head, Damocles' sword, is no longer there. And now if a man were to divorce them, they would get maintenance. And it has to be done in the proper way, and they couldn't just be, it wouldn't just happen at the women fancy of a man. So that's one. And I think the next fight that I see for myself is, having fought patriarchy, is also to fight the latent patriarchy, the hidden patriarchy, of which all of us are a repository of. It exists within us. So I think patriarchy for me is really a state of mind. And we have to look at changing that. It's changing the mentality.
Thank you. Thank you, Shazia. We will ask you more about that because it's a very important topic. But before that, I would like to hear from Efman, who is an artist, originally Belgium, but living here now in Dubai. She does amazing visual arts, big things. And I know you want to share some of us also visually, but please share.
Yeah, hi. Thank you to be here and to share this vision to make for the woman a better world. I choose to call myself in my professional life F-man, because as a female artist, to make it in a professional level, it's much more harder than when you're a man. And my name is Françoise Palsterman, so I just did a shortcut. But it's also, for me, F from a female, and man because I'm a human. So I think that this is also, the reason is also my art, I don't want to glue it on a gender. I don't want to glue it on a gender, but more as an art piece on itself, and that it's disconnected of myself. When it's done, when I have produced my artwork, it has his own life or her own life, and it go the path that it's meant to be. I start my art when I was 4. I knew at the age of 4 that I will become an artist, and my first art piece that I made, I was 11, and then later on I studied for 8 years in the academy in Brussels, and then slow on I grow in that field. I didn't call myself an artist until I had my own company, and before that I was an assistant of a monumental artist, and I traveled a little bit around Europe. And I did so many things because I had also the feeling that an artist should have an experience in life and have a vision, and to know exactly what to tell, or the story that you have to tell. It's important because it's a vibration, like the beautiful opera singer. She's bringing here a beautiful vibration that everybody has heard and has touched our souls. Well, I believe art or an art piece is doing that as well, but in a very different way. So, and for me, I'm really fascinated by quantum physics and by art that transforms. So I got a patent on that because an art piece is changing. So when you look to an artwork of me, you have in the day one artwork, in UV with another light, you see something else. And in the night, when it's completely dark, it's again something else. But I do that also in my sculptures, in my performing art. It's all about vibration and seeing the bigger picture. So that's a little bit about what I'm doing.
It's also amazing what you said, that you traveled and you lived life because you wanted to have something to say and have an experience. So that's very interesting. Do you wanted to share some of your visuals with us? Did I understand that correctly?
I
maybe
don't
not.
know.
No.
I prepared.
You did?
I prepared a video.
Yes.
I don't know if.
Was that connected? Do we
it
have
is
her
possible?
video? I think so. I think
Yeah.
it is. Yes.
So here,
I think we are all curious.
this is an art piece, and this is the same artwork in the 3 layers. And I put some of them. This is Le Monde dans la Jungle, or this is Sheikh Abdullah. He did something really amazing lately. And yeah, he's also Minister of Foreign Affairs, and yeah, he has also a beautiful vision that I put in UV. Yeah, this is an installation that I had the chance to do on the Louvre in Abu Dhabi. I was the first artist to be selected to do something there. And so it's again about our vision. And then, this is Sheikh Mohammed. He is also a visionary. And but now I put also some more, the artworks that are in Europe. So more feminine work. Yeah, this is the mangroves in Abu Dhabi. Also, you see the changement of the artwork. This is in the night. And then, this is what you see in the day, so it's completely different. And this is a little bit connected also to the Indian, let's say, energies, because I put some calligraphy that is connected to some ancient culture there. And this is also part of the rainbow collection of the Louvre. And now, my ladies. Yeah, so on. There is so many things to do. This is the ladies that start. But I had also a nice work that I did lately, and I have to share that I had the support of Dr. Mariam, and let's say that she was there to help me and to go in that process, and I choose to call that the transformation wall. Before I started, it was like an idea and it was big dreams, not realizing what impact that it had. And when I started, Mariam even came to help me one day, but she was always there to support me morely. And then at a day, with all this experience, because painting in 55 degrees here in the desert, it was a little bit tough. And then all the things related to that, but also to make public art that everybody would be connected to that, and even the workers that only speak Urdu and even not Arab or English were completely connected to it, and I was really happy to see that. Then Mariam told me, do you realize what you created? You made something that will transform everything, but also yourself. And it was about the fact that we had this lockdown and that we were like a cocoon, and that, coming out of that cocoon, this is another friend of me that is sitting there, Delphine. And this is the wall. So it's a wall of 120 meters long, and it's about our transformation, and that we should understand that when we are here, at a certain point we transform, we come out of that cocoon, and we should accept this transformation. And after a while, that this COVID period will be done or gone. Well, this will be the time that it's time for the ladies, certainly to open our wings and to come in our real power. And I believe that it's true that ladies should find their balance. I have also a series of works about the female balance. And I believe that the ladies in power situation will always be more creative and more peaceful in what they want to achieve about the results, and that it's a very important energy to activate. So we have a lot of work to do. We did already very well, and I think it's now time to give it to my colleague.
It is.
That is very active.
But this was important too, because it leads us to so many places. Thank you. So gorgeous. So the root of an artist is very interesting, right? Because many women, even if they're not artists, today are on a path of authenticity. And when you're on a path of authenticity, even if you're not doing the most inventive things for the outside world, you're doing something inventive for you inside. Simply living your life as it's supposed to be. Mariam, I want to hear a little bit from you on that aspect. You know, how do you, as you, make things happen? And share a bit about your journey, please.
Yes, you mentioned authenticity. Thank you, Françoise, for the beautiful transformation wall. But it was also about us connecting with our authentic selves. So I mentioned earlier in the workshop about cocooning. So being part of 2020 helped us reflect inwards and in essence connect to our truths, connect to our authentic selves. Everything that I created in my life that created impact in other people's experiences had to begin by an inner journey, by me really finding the answers within and living them. Only then can you impact other people's lives, whether it's with a work of art or whether it's with a movement or a business. So when I work with the young ladies, I also work with social enterprises and women who have small businesses. And it's always a journey of inwards, going inwards, and only then can you really bloom into the beautiful butterfly that we have in Françoise's transformational wall. So when it came to my business, when I first started the artwork, it was actually because Abir here, she helped me kind of develop that artistic flair. I always enjoyed art, but to believe in myself that you have it also within you to create something and to bring the solutions to problems that I was facing every day. I was working in a tower. I was disconnected from Earth. It felt very isolated, even though we were in offices. So I needed a space that will help me reconnect with the essence of Dubai, because it's a very traditional. I used a boat that represented, our traditional Dao, but also nature. So the type of wood, the sound of the waves. The importance of us connecting to our rhythm, our own pulse. And it is my need to see that helped me create that installation. And from there, it developed into a furniture line. But also, I made sure to include more women. And so I work with young designers, young interior designers, young women who are in sustainability so that we can create something together.
Awesome. She mentioned a very interesting word. So she's working with the furniture designers, etc. And she says also to include more women and different types of women, resourceful and also less resourceful, I can imagine, right?
Yes, so craftswomen too. Women who, like whether it's with weaving or even designers on different scales from all around the world, so bringing in that energy, inviting them in and giving them an opportunity to express themselves into something that will create something bigger, inshallah.
Wow. And it's so amazing to hear how how you're all talking actually in a way of, it's not about you, it's about so much more. And I think, Samar, you also have so much to share that of what you are doing to create role models to make inclusion. Please elaborate.
Definitely. So yes, the raison d'être, if I can say, of why She is Arab came to being was really an absence of role models. Growing up, there weren't enough role models for us to see and to look up to. We were surrounded by, okay, we could have a few role models in our families or, our family friends and so on, but there aren't enough. We had
to look up to royals, you know, but not necessarily an amazing female scientist or, you know, an engineer. I even bought a book recently for my niece. I don't have girls, I have 3 boys. That book was about, I can't remember the title, but it was about stories, inspirational stories of women, and it did not have a single Arab woman in that book. And it was very frustrating, you know. It's not that there is a lack of role models in the region. I just believe that, you know, perhaps we don't give them enough avenues. We don't give them enough opportunities. There are a few women who are also equally amazing, if not, you know, unbelievably amazing, but they are overexposed. Once we know that there's, you know, 10 or 20 speakers, they're over-invited to events. You know, you see them over and over again, versus giving other younger talent a chance. So it's really a combination of, you know, increasing representation of women, not just at events, but also in business leadership, also on boards. You know, we need to see women in more places, and we can only do that if we strive to build a more, you know, a stronger community, if we focus on enhancing peer-to-peer learning, if we address the issues that have to do with, for example, that leaking pipeline of women at the workplace, you know, really working to drive women's economic inclusion and engagement and increasing the number of women in the labor force. I think this is the only way forward. So, yeah.
Oh, thank you. I mean, it's so interesting, this thing you said, you get the book and there is no women from Arab women there. And then it's taking the end is to just not only see that, but to actually do what you're doing. You take action, start something, talk about it. Not accept this unacceptable fact, you know. Shazia, talking about unacceptable behavior, you have seen a lot of the unacceptable and you've done a lot for it. I know you're also involved in the anti-corruption movement, many things, but share a little bit, how do you make things happen? How do you go about?
So how does one make that happen? And how does one get on with disrupting the way things are for a more just world? I think it stems from a very basic sense of inner anger, or, you know, it's like an inner rage within you at the injustice you might have suffered. So every time I feel disempowered and I see, oh my God, that's not fair, really. Why am I hearing this? So every time you read something like, you know, diamonds are a girl's best friend, and boys don't make passes at girls who wear glasses, and the way to a man's heart is through his stomach, you know, all these very basic proverbs and adages that we keep listening about, and which just put women in a box, really. I go back to what I felt when I was 12, 13, 14. And I remember my younger brother and I just, we both were the same age practically, but there were certain roles assigned to me. And on the basis of my anatomy, I was expected to think differently, believe in things differently, and to be able to dream or not to dream differently. And I felt it was very unfair. So while we have a few anatomical differences, but we all have the cerebrum, cerebellum, brainstem, liver, and many other parts of the body, lungs and what have you. Yes, we also have a womb, which makes us nurturing, caring. But there is also a part of us that thinks, that believes, that dreams, that senses. And I think every time I went back to being who I was, and the sense of anger at being told off when I wanted to say something, or just wanted to read a newspaper and to tell somebody that, look, I might also be interested in reading about politics and not just the men in the family. I want to go back to what did that little Shazia felt bad about. She wanted to say something at the dinner table, but then she was told to just be quiet. She was told that, no, let the men eat first. Please, your job is to cook well, serve well,
please your father or your brothers, only then will you find a nice man and have a husband that you have to keep happy. And I felt, no, I'm going to please myself. I'm going to look after myself. So I had to go back to looking after the little Shazia. What can we do to take care about the little child in us, the little girl in us? How can we make things different here that might help so many 13, 14-year-old girls out there? So every time you get stuck, you go back to where you came from. And you know, from that sense of anger is created a sense of compassion. Compassion for the society, for realizing that you have been a victim of other victims. So it's not that they are perpetrators, but they're also, like my mother was part of the same ecosystem. So instead of disliking what she said about me and my brother and the discrimination, you realize that she comes from a certain mindset. So once, you know, you start working from a place of compassion and healing yourself, the path gets created. Yeah. And so much happens then. And it's beautiful, that journey.
Yeah. It's so interesting what Shazia is saying, and I'm sure many of you can recognize this. And I think why, at the moment, it's so interesting with women leaders, actually, or the men also that has worked on themselves, because as you said, many men are also victims of the patriarchy. But when we go through this journey, when we have adversary, and when you go through it, and you then come on the other side, as you're saying, with compassion, it's so beautiful what she's saying, because what amazing human leaders we can turn into. Shazia mentioned another thing. She said something like she wanted to read the newspapers about global politics, about what was going on in the world, and she was discouraged. A couple of years ago, I was remembering at the big WIN conference on the first morning, we were talking about the big picture, what's going on in the global economics, what's going on. And a lot of women said, Kristin, that is the most boring part. And I was wondering, like, no, but that's so interesting. We need to be part of it, you know, come on. And then I realized, talking to women, I did a little research, asking them, no, yeah, and we haven't been used to it, because it wasn't asked from us, at least in most countries, you know. So I was thinking, here is also something we need to catch ourselves and make a little effort to be interested in the world and be interested in what's going on around us also. Simply because we weren't used to it. I mean, maybe most of here in the room, people are used to it, but there was just something interesting that because it was so hard, it got boring. But no, we have to do it anyway. And what can we do to do activism in some ways through your art? Maybe you want to share something. It doesn't need to be only the words, right?
For me, I will explain a little bit about female balance. I believe that as a woman, I'm married with a beautiful husband that is perfectly in balance with his masculine and feminine part. So I'm lucky. But yeah, anyway, it's true. I feel all this sensitive matter also vibrating, and I recognize it completely. And I have to admit, even in Europe, that it's a sensitive and important matter to cure. In my part, because I did so many jobs, I was paid at the airport for the same job as a man, 20% less. And that makes me really also very angry, because I could see the results on the computer that I was working way more hard than a man. And so female balance became a very important, needed series of artworks. And it was about to show the power of the woman, to show the beauty of the ladies seen by a lady, and not by a way that man will always put as a lust object. I see the beauty of a beautiful lady, how she's dressed in a very fancy way, and I appreciate to look to that, and I appreciate. I'm European, so even nudity for me is something beautiful. But when it's in a respectful way, when it's seen as and as an aesthetic and beautiful part to show. And that's what I have painted for so many times, because this is also something that I want to put on the table, and not always this sexual, the thing that is there, and it's not okay. So, and by making art, you create a vibration, you put it out there, and ladies can relate it to that, and little girls can see to the painting and see themselves and think, oh, I have the right to be also beautiful, and maybe also to be proud of who they become and how beautiful they are. They have the right to be. In that way, for me, it's important to translate that in my art as well. This is my part.
Yeah. It was very interesting, and maybe the leads also about Shazia was saying, when you're talking about, there is so much objectification of women, you know, so that the nudity you're talking about, beautiful, and a beautiful women. But if it becomes object for sales, for, you know, that it's another thing that is actually very present in today's society, and we have to a little bit wake up to that. I was growing up with Lego, in all sort of colors. Suddenly now it's pink and blue. Maybe why not, but why should it be? You know, so I think there's something about staying vigilant in this moment as well. Shazia, you want to comment on staying vigilant?
Yes. So we have to find in ourselves that little pulse, you know, that makes us want to conform to the popular standards of what is acceptable and what is not. So right from questioning these various proverbs that I mentioned to the whole idea of beauty and who am I? This was a question that was asked in the workshop. So who are you? I think if our consciousness is just body consciousness or body deep or skin deep, there's only this much we can achieve. But if we go beyond and get a little soulful about ourselves, and have that conversation with ourselves about who am I? Am I just a pretty face or a body that must look a certain way, my height and my age? Or there is something more to me? Is there a calling? What makes me smile? What makes me cry? What is that inner journey that makes me me? So once we start asking those very important questions to ourselves, I think we'll become so aware, instead of just following the blind line, so to speak. Like everybody must look a certain way. So there is diversity. When it comes to beauty, there is diversity to be celebrated. Not everybody can have the same hair and the same makeup and same height and the same kind of clothes from certain labels. There has to be more to me than that. So when we do that and we become the object of male desire, as how men would like to see us or objectify us, we limit ourselves. We make ourselves smaller. Our body becomes larger than our spirit and our soul, which by themselves are so much bigger, and our body is just one of the many aspects of who we are. But we make it the be-all and end-all of who we are. But body is important. Yes, you want to look good. Yes, we want to look attractive. But there is not all there is to me. There is my mind, there is my thoughts, there are my words, there are my actions. There are my dreams, there are my desires, there are my aspirations. Yes, all of that, and there are my emotions. All that make me, right? So I think that's so important to go to again and again every time we get stuck with body. I'm not tall enough, I'm not fair enough, I'm not rich enough, I don't have the right clothes to wear, I need to buy that. That whole popular consumerism, you know, which is based on making you feel insecure about who you are. In terms of money, in terms of clothes, in terms of fashion, in terms of boyfriends, in terms of husbands, in terms of... So all those are external to ourselves. There is so much within us, ourselves. So I think it's important to delve into ourselves, to plunge into the depths of who I am, and that vast ocean. And you find yourself connected with everything. And that is a oneness we were talking about, right?
Exactly.
So whatever you have, that essence, is something that I have. So what Kristin has, this beautiful Norwegian friend of mine, to you, this lovely artist, and to you, my dear sister from here, who does fantastic work with women, helping them, being this nurturer, and you, with your new ideas, and it's so similar. We're connected by this very essence. So what is that essence that connects us all? That humanity. So once we become aware of that, that's beautiful, right?
Yeah.
It's a lot of beauty, right?
So much
We must
beauty.
celebrate that beauty within us. So a round of applause for each one of us and that inner beauty and that essence which connects all of us. Yes, for each one of you.
Thank you. Samar, I wanted to ask you also, because I know that also on the outer plane, so we have our inner journeys, but you are also working a lot now on mobilizing women, right? Can you share a bit about that, please?
Absolutely, and I mean, I'd like to take this opportunity to build on what Shazia was just saying and apply it to what we do, your choice of career or project or whatever it is you're passionate about. I strongly believe, and from my experience with starting She's Arab and everything, that you should share your passion with the world. Share your passion, share your thoughts, share your dreams. And honestly speaking, you will not believe how many people will just step up, volunteer, come to you and tell you, how can I help? What can I do to you, And this is precisely what has been happening out of experience. It's your energy, and this energy attracts the right crowd to you. So don't shy away from sharing your thoughts, from sharing your passions, and miracles will happen. This is how the magic happens, right?
This is great. Mariam, we have also had an incredible year, 2020. Okay, we have talked about it earlier today. All sort of transformation has happened to many people. And some also went into panic. Some have got mental illnesses, and some have gotten more peaceful lives because they had the time to finally do their meditation and rest and so on. Can you share also with us how this year has impacted on you and perhaps collectively also women and people here in Dubai and the Emirates in general, please?
Yes. The beautiful thing, we're speaking about beauty, 2021, I'm also labeling it the year of beauty, so that we can share and transform and show our beautiful selves. In 2020, we had to embrace the darkness within us, whether it's in our mental health, with our families, with our fears, when it comes to finances, to the situation in the world, to health. So we were actually called to look deep into those areas in our subconscious mind, in our experience where there is suffering, and to embrace it and to be with it and just to maybe have faith and have some more belief and trust and invite more unity. I think a lot of people came together. There's so many more resources now available for people looking to change if they have the intention to change. There's so much more resources, so many more resources available online, whether it's groups of people getting together or educational materials. So this is a beautiful thing that came out of 2020. How I showed up was I opened up also my knowledge and spoke up about it. So I conducted a lot of women's circles. I created something called Chikara, and it's for young girls. Chikara translates to power in Japanese, but also it also represents the feminine energy embracing its power, the inner Ra, sort of, your power. And it's just a safe space for people to connect and to express and to learn about all their different emotions that help them become stronger. It's you building that relationship with you. And this is how, I kind of channeled the energy last year so that more and more women and men can come together and work together in more harmony.
This is,
if I may add quickly to that, I love what you just said, and I think that 2020 has been transformational to all of us. Not just me or you, but literally everybody. So besides, loving oneself more, doing more of what we used to put on the sidelines and say, oh, I'll do this later. I, for one, took a course. I applied for a fellowship. I did a lot of things that I was putting on the burner for a while. But obviously, I went through these moments of anxiety as well, just like anybody else. And I think for me, the lesson of 2020 was not you're on mute, as they said, or all these cliche phrases that came out. But for me, it was, I don't know if you're familiar with a movie called Bridge of Spies, Tom Hanks. I don't know if you know it. Anyway, in brief, this spy was about to be, he got a death penalty. And, you know, there's a scene in the movie where Tom Hanks is like, aren't you worried? And then the spy looked at him and said, would it help? You know? And this, for me, is the lesson of 2020, you know? Would it help? You know, to worry, to be anxious. We have to look forward, we have to move forward.
So can I ask each of you actually to share your vision for the future, not only for yourself, but also for women and for the world, how you see, it can be just one little thing also, but yeah, a vision for the future.
I will share a big dream, and I believe that, and it go a little bit aligned with what she's saying about would it help? Well, I believe that they put so many fear by media and by everything what was around us. They didn't focus enough on being positive, being in peace inside. Only the people that choose to do that has reached another level, I would say. And in that point, I believe that the hope of this world would be positivism. It's also what I'm doing in my art, and I dream to make a village of positivism art. And I really want to build on that in the fact that all the last century, and also what I learned in the academy, it was always about very heavy stuff and very intellectual. And in my feeling, art can change the world, and it's time that creative people start to be positive and to make a vibration in this world that that we build on hope, and that we touch the hearts and the souls of everyone by positive creations. So
wonderful. Thank you. And we will ask all of you eventually also, but let's go here now. Thank you. Shazia, what's a vision you have? It can also be completely wild.
Well, that would be easy. I'll try being tame for a change. The future that I see is, I think the word would be oneness again, that keeps coming back to me, and letting your inner courage guide you. Listening to the voices, the intuitions that guide us all the time. And that's what, like somebody said, while 2020 was about darkness, this is about embracing yourself, your inner beauty, your inner courage, and your inner light. So I feel that we have to seek the divine within from us, yes.
Thank you.
I have a very positive outlook for the future. I like to see silver linings in things, and I believe, you know, COVID-19 has actually helped shed light on a lot of issues, you know. One of them, in my case, I'd like to focus on is women. You know, why have women fared the worst in this pandemic? It made us go back to the drawing board and really question that. I mean, if you do a very simple Google search, you'll find a wealth of information. If you look at, I mean, I searched women COVID-19, there were like 4.5 billion results or something. So there's a wealth of information out there, and I think it's going to help us move forward. It's going to help us build back better. Because now we know the facts, we have the data. So, and I'd like to take a quote from Michelle Obama's book, Becoming. She says, there are truths we know and truths we ignore, something like that. So I may not have quoted her very accurately, but that's the essence of it. And I think now that we know, we cannot ignore. Now that we know the problems that we actually have and how we can make this world a better place, we cannot ignore it. So going forward, I have a very personally positive outlook.
Please, Mariam, share your vision also.
I always used to say the future is female, but what I mean by that is we're embracing the feminine way of leadership. So whether you're a man or a woman, but like really being present, allowing space for creativity, for solutions to come up, rather than being forceful about it, really being an invitation. And I think more and more leaders are embracing that way of work and of creating the future. So I think the future will have a lot of beauty and a lot of possibilities. Yeah, inshallah.
Oh, thank you so much. So I would like us to do some little work in groups where you are also sharing the future. But a little bit to wrap up also what the beautiful words you have said. And I want to comment also on one thing. As an advocate for the feminine way for many, many years, there were moments where it was not even possible to use the word care in business. It was, I mean, you had to be like a crazy activist to do such a thing. Or beauty at work, it was also not okay. And with this past year, it's okay. And the depth of this conversation on stage is okay, right? And just a couple of years ago, it would have been very deep to have this conversation we're just having right now. I mean, it was deep, it is deep. And so somehow already so much transformation has happened in 1 year, in just a few years. And so I just wanted to acknowledge that, and I'm sure you feel it too, that, wow, and maybe even things have changed throughout the day, today, right? So there is so much to celebrate. I was wondering, is Tatiana or Shireen here had some slides for the mobilizing activity? Do you know if that can be happening? And so we're just going to have some slides to do a little mobilizing so everybody can be part of sharing their dreams, after which we will have a few closing words with some outlook for 2021 and some thank yous, okay? So, yeah. So if you want to... Yeah? Yes. You want to say that now? Okay, I think she's there. So Rekha, please come. Yeah, so then she can say it now and then. And that's a good, because then we can look for this. I hope you heard me. I realized the microphone was a bit different now. But.
This session has been so healing. Thank you. It means all of you have really inspired, I think, all of us in this room. Because I think I'm transformed after this session, and I'm sure each one of us has got something extra. I want to show a slide. Can I see the slide, please? You see, I met a lady in Singapore, and she told me, I'm changing the fairy tales. Why should Cinderella always be running home after 12? Why should a king or a prince on armor come to save a woman? We don't need these stories anymore. I think we can invent new stories, new ideas. And as the artist friend said, we can see the world as we want. So we did a project. I've been following Van Gogh as an artist. And there were 2 paintings of Van Gogh, which inspired, at the same time troubled me. One was potato eaters, where he painted a coal miner's family sitting around a dark table and eating potatoes. And the second was a cheerful painting, Almond Blossom, which he did when his nephew was born. So I invited 3 artists, 2 from Bangladesh, 1 from India, and asked them to give us a new painting inspired by this, which they did. So I wanted to share that slide. If you can show it, please. So what they did was they took away the darkness of the potato eaters, and they replaced it with the freshness of almond blossom. So what I'm trying to say is, thank you, Kristin, for bringing this kind of a conference. Thank you, everybody in this room, We've always heard two sentences. Oh, I took the road much traveled upon. I took the road less traveled upon. I think the time is now to plant flowers on those roads on both the sides so we have a beautiful earth. So if you look back, these are the paintings you can see. So this is what I wanted to say, and I think the WIN conference of Dubai has been a great success. Thank you, GCF. Thank you, WIN. Thank you, everybody in this room. And thank you, Kristin, because you are changing the world by bringing us together. When we hear stories of empowerment, I think each one of us changes. Is that right? Yeah. So let's give them a clap. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Rekha, for your tireless work also in India and worldwide. It's so appreciated. Okay, so now we can get the other slides up, and if you want, you can also go back and join some tables and join the work if you can stay. It's just another half an hour, but I want to involve everybody. It was so many points that were brought up that I thought, yeah, last year was so important, and this year is also going to be so important. And I was just wondering, Mino, I know you talked to me in the break. You wanted to say a few words. Do you want to do that before we do the activity? So we'll do the activity, but just have a few words, and then we do the activity. So, Mino, you just say your name.
Hi, so my name is Minu Mariel, and I've gone through a journey from being a corporate executive in the top echelon of British industry, and then going on a series of spiritual awakenings, returning to living the calling of my soul, which is all about living an extraordinary life where all aspects of life can coexist with ease, grace, and joy. And I'm a stand for expecting and accepting miracles, being the norm for humans and humanity. So what I want to really say here is we are in 2021. 2020 was a foundational year for this next phase of what is emerging for our planet. 2020 really was a year where even if you had your ups and downs, it gave humans a time and space to really reconnect to who they truly are, what they truly value. 2020 energetically anchored on the planet what I call as the 7 foundational pillars upon which this new world order is being created. And 2021 is the first year of that. So just to give you a very quick snapshot of these 7 pillars, which I think would be a very powerful thing for you to go away with. The pillars are, the first one is, unknown is the known. So we've spent so much time hanging on to what we know, feeling really uncomfortable with stuff that we don't know. But really the foundation of this new world is that unknown is the known. The second pillar is uncertainty is what is certain. So given that that is what is going on, you may as well be ready with any form of uncertainty can arise. And we had a bit of a practice run in 2020, quite blessed really as humans to be able to practice with that. The third pillar is change is constant. What is constant is change. So get into the rhythm of that. The fourth pillar is take nothing for granted is the modus operandi. And we've seen it. The moment it looks like COVID is easing off, there's another surge somewhere else, and the whole thing has to be revisited just when the economy starts to, all of that is occurring. How long are we going to hold on to fear? How long are we going to stop ourselves? Knowing all of this, it's time to emerge out, The fifth one is that there's a shift. There's a shift from surviving to thriving. So when we start operating from a thriving instinct, then survival is taken care of. But if you operate from a survival instinct, with all of this uncertainty going on, you will barely survive. There'll be that shortness of breath, major metaphor that played out in 2020, right? So operate from a thriving instinct at home, at work, everywhere. Survival is taken care of. The sixth one is there's a shift from command and control to collaborative co-creation of coexistence. And women are powerful at that. This is something that we do naturally. And that is how it is playing out. So with something like COVID-19, the fact that it affected humans, it literally, people, even if you were conflicted, you couldn't go attack each other because you might infect each other. So humans had to just really take stock and return to themselves. It was one of the biggest equalizer. I call it the crown phenomenon. And that marked that move over from command and control to collaborative co-creation of coexistence. And this final piece is all about the seventh pillar, which is there's a shift from alignment to flow to coherence. So you can be aligned to a cause. What if you got into flow with that cause? Very different. Your choices will be different. How you go about it will be different. And what if that vibration of what this cause causes you become coherent with it? That becomes you. Now I'm talking about you individually, but imagine at work. Imagine in a team dynamic, shifting from a team that is aligned to actually building a team that is in flow with what they're absolutely knows what's so, and they keep moving. So those are the seven pillars of a new foundation upon which the 2021 has emerged. Every year has a unique energy. The energy of 2021 is all about flowing in flow. So 2021 energetically is bringing in a current of flowing, just like a river is flowing. And it is an energy of flowing in flow, which means if you understand how you can be in flow, how you can feel what flow feels like for you, the current of 2021 will take you in a frictionless way to what your intention is. But if you are not in flow, it will be akin to having a rigid structure in a flowing river. The river will flow around it. It'll keep bashing against it. It'll corrode it. It might even destroy it. So this is your opportunity. Take the next few weeks to start getting to recognize what it feels like, you being in flow. And it's all about you being in flow. So much of our time up to now has gone into, somehow putting our needs to one side, because we think we should, or we have to do something, or we need to do something. What if you don't have to do anything? What if you don't need to do anything? If anything we've learned from the crown phenomenon, what could you have planned for? Could we have ever imagined the whole world would come to a standstill in this way? And it happened, and here we are. 9 months later, here we are, actually meeting in a physical space. So anything is possible. Focus on you, get into your flow, know that the current of 2021 is flowing current. It is all, and in a flowing current, you're moving forward. There is no space or time or tolerance energetically in looking back or moving backwards. Yes, you learn from that. Make your learning the foundation, not the baggage, because if you have baggage, you again can't flow. So the current is actually going to cause more damage. So it's time to literally just release whatever baggage there is, give yourself permission and give yourself the trust that you have learned what there is to learn. Find out that which gives you your flow. And if I'm to close, I would close with 3 messages. 1, just know whatever you give energy to, you get more of. Right? So if you are experiencing distress, or you are experiencing whatever, you are giving energy to that in some way. Right? So the question to ask is, what do I want more of? And then you give energy to that. That's one message. The second thing is, understand that in flow, happiness is a really good barometer. Now, what is happiness? Happiness is only a decision. It's a decision it's like one side of a decision-making coin. One side is happiness, the other side is suffering. And happiness is only a decision. You can make a decision to be happy now, regardless of how you have been up to this point in time. Once you've made the decision to be happy, joy is the action you seek. And what happens? Pain is the justification you seek. So if you find yourself sliding into a pain-like conversation, you know that it's not that there is pain, you're seeing it only because you have made the decision of suffering. Now, the corona time gave us a lot of opportunity to be in suffering, and some of us chose to be there and others chose to be happy. It was only a function of decision, right? So you can make that decision now. Make a decision to be happy, and all you have to then do is seek actions that give you joy, and happiness is the consequence. And the third piece, the thing that I would say to you, is peace, right? Peace is a consequence. You don't do peace. You don't find peace. No, it's an end result. If you want peace, you step into gratitude. Gratitude is the key to peace. Right? So if you are feeling something odd going on inside of you, not feeling peaceful, and this applies to conflicts in people, conflicts in families, conflicts in nations, if you're seeking peace, let's become gratitude hunters. Let's become gratitude hunters. These three pieces will give you certain actions, certain ways, certain practices that you will create for yourself, and you can find your own flow, knowing that once you find what keeps you in flow, the current of 2021 will get you to your intention. So get clear about your intention as well. With that, I welcome you to this amazing year of Flowing in Flow 2021.
Thank you. Thank you so much for sharing that. Love. And I'd like now to have some more sharing in the groups. And thank you. There's so many talented people amongst us today. I would like to have you all on stage, but since we cannot have you all on stage, let's go into the little groups. Minimum 3 people, but ideally 6 people, okay? I was talking to Minno before, and we were talking about also numbers in groups, and she said 3 is magic, and I said the same, that when we work in 3, plus 3, plus 3, plus 3 is always good, also at work, when you are doing job sharing or any of those things. It's very interesting. So what do you like to do now? Thinking about what we have heard today, okay, that we are Renaissance women, right? We are in our mind, in our hearts, we have our passion, we have it all. What is one dream we may have for this year to come, or for tomorrow, or for next week? Or if dream is too lofty for you, maybe you have a specific need even, something you want, okay? So I'd like you to write that down, to think about it. You may photograph the slide if you want to remember it. If you want, it can be a need or a dream for yourself, but it can also be that, oh, I should wish for a world without COVID. I mean, you are allowed to dream that too, because the more people put that out in the world, the better it is. So I just put some examples there, from dreams to needs. And because we are also at WIN always somehow in an energy of flow, because there is flow here in the conversations. One person says something and then the other continues the conversation, right? So it automatically happens. So you are in that energy right now, right here. So it has some extra value to it when you're doing it now, okay? So next thing we'll do is you will go into these groups of 6 people. 6 is better than 3. 3 is better than only 1 person, so you shouldn't sit alone. Go and sit with somebody else. And we'll start a group work in a second, but what you have to do is to share. And if you're watching this online, you can do it as well. Hopefully, if you're with a group of friends, share. And imagine you have a talking stick, okay? So one person is sharing her need. So let's say, if you have a need to find a vendor in Dubai, okay, or your dream is to start a new type of kindergarten for children of many different nations, okay, then you share that, and then the other people in the group listen to you and they give you full attention. They value you, they hear you, they see you, and they celebrate you. And then they can give you input, maybe even help, okay? And then we go to the next person who then has the talking stick in her hand, or an imaginary talking stick. So you can also photograph this process if you like. So is the process clear? Because one of the things also is that we try to keep up the process quite clear. And then within the process, we flow, okay? But if you follow the process, it gets more impactful in the end. So and it's good to have a timekeeper and try to have everybody be part of it. So move so you have at least minimum 3 people in your group to make it more impactful. Ah, okay. Okay, people over there, move. Here's a group with very few people. You may want to share. Okay, good luck. I have written here, I said, don't forget the light up principle. What it means is if you're listening and you see someone very enthusiastic, let them speak more about that. Because where we want to go, also in networking, in the old days was networking and exchange of things and what we needed, but now it's also an exchange of inspiration and lightness. You know? Yeah, no, but for you. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, it's time to close. I hope you had some good conversations in the groups. And anyone like to share something that happened in your groups? Anyone like to say something? Did you have a good conversation? I am so glad to hear. So there is a lot of wonderful energies here. What about the group in the middle? Anything happening with you? Ladies in the middle group. That is you. But you know what? Another interesting aspect, sometimes we hear someone address us and we don't know if it's, me. Is it me? And you turn around. And in fact, I'm talking to you. Group in the middle. Who feels there in the group in the middle here? That's you. Healing. Healing. Wonderful. I'm so glad. And I know healing is happening in the moment, so this is fantastic. Thank you. Anyone over there wants to share something from the group up in the back? Adventure and alignment. So here we had like spiritual flow. We had healing, we have adventure and alignment. And a table in the front. There are two people there. Shazia, want to share anything? Later. That is okay. So as we close, I created this exercise a few years ago, and I called it Facilitated Networking with Purpose and Passion. Okay. And one of the principles, I didn't talk so much about today, but there is one principle, and that is that sometimes we aren't always, if we can network after work, we can network for lunch, we can network here and there. And occasionally it's nice to create these groups where you actually have a chance to see and hear and value each and every person, to celebrate everybody in a very sort of democratic way, but at least everybody get a chance to be heard, even if it's for a few moments. So that is also part of this celebration. It can be healing even, and so I'm glad that you stayed and took part in that. And there's another thing. We mentioned earlier, Mino also mentioned, sometimes it's a decision to be happy. Sometimes we want to decide to be joyful and so on. And then there are days that's so hard. It's so hard because something happens to us. We met someone and we got angry or whatever happens. Then comes along a friend, a sister, and something happens. I was feeling down yesterday. I met Shazia, I met another, suddenly I felt better. Okay. And this is, I can see someone here to tell me they were not feeling so good this morning, but now they're feeling so good, right? So sometimes we do it on our own, but other times never hesitate to call out your friend, okay? So we don't stay in isolation. And anything else? I think that's about it. I thank you for trusting in me and trusting in this event, in trusting in our collaboration. I thank all of you who have been working on this team. Tatiana has been working with me all day long, a few weeks, and she's done a lot of work. And I have a team in Switzerland. Juliana and Estella has been working with me over the past 2 months, actually. And I worked, they were away, and we got all of Tatiana who's worked around the clock these past few days, weeks. And also on the GCF team, there's been Shireen, there's been, where is Shetall, and a lady called Priyanka has been working on this. They're in New York and elsewhere. And of course, Dr. Mody, who is now represented by Rekha. And Rekha, also big thanks to you. Rekha has been part of also the WIN Advisory Board for more than 10 years and been active, so that's very nice. And for those of you who are new to this group, GCF is an organization based in Singapore. It's active in global citizenship. WIN is headquartered in Switzerland, been around for more than 20 years. We have done activities in Japan, India, Africa, and even here we have been before and in Abu Dhabi. And really exists to bring the feminine and more balance into the world, into the workplace, and in our own very lives. So I thank you all, and please join me outside for something to eat and something to drink, and I hope to see you again, if not here, somewhere else in the world, okay? Take care of yourself. Bye. Thank you.